to let them know that we are the American Indians. Baby, copper color Indians, baby. A real Indian, American Indian is me, not from Africa.
White people are scared to death right now, particularly white males. They're scared to death that they are going to lose their power in the future. And they are. But if you want to get ready for the future, if you want to be treated well in the future, treat others well in the present. Victor Hugo said, "No force on earth can stop an idea whose time has come." The idea of one race, the human race, is an idea whose time has come. We are not going to be able to stop it no matter what they do. They can elect Trump after Trump after Trump, and that will not stop the idea that there's only one race on the face of the earth. It's the human race, and we are all members of it. You and I are cousins. Now, if you don't like being my cousin, that's too bad for you. But we are all in the same family. We are members of the family of man.
You say that all whites are racist. Can you expound on that?
Any white person who was born, raised, and schooled in the United States of America, if you aren't a racist, you're a miracle. Either that or you decided to educate yourself. Because education in this country is about white is right, brown's all right, black's got to stand back. Yellow's mellow, but whites, we educate in a way that says that white males have done all the adventures, have made all the adventures, have done all the discovering, have made all, everything that is good and has been accomplished according to social studies, which is actually anti-social studies, by white males. It's a lie. But we do that in order to maintain the myth of white superiority. The myth of race has to be maintained at all costs in this country. Because if white people have to give up the color of their skin as being something that makes them perfect, what do they have left? If we start teaching the truth about history, if we start teaching about Nile Valley contributions to civilization, it will totally change the way we conduct ourselves in the classroom. It will have to. Columbus didn't discover America. You can't discover a place where people are already living. But we celebrate that every October. It's a lie. We need to get over, we need to stop telling the myths and start telling the truth.
Most people will say, I'm not racist.
I'm not a racist. Why, some of my best friends are black. Yeah, and then you say, name one. Or this one, I don't see color. And when some woman says to me, I don't see color, I say, I knew that. If you saw color, you wouldn't dye your hair that way. Or I say, if you saw color, you wouldn't wear that shirt with those pants. I believe that you don't see color. It's an attempt to deny skin color. And it's an attempt to deny what's wrong with seeing the color of my skin. Is it all right for you to see me kind of pink? That's okay for me. I don't mind. And I suspect that you don't mind being seen the color you are. You have a right to be what you are. And until people in this country and people in this world get it into their heads that the first modern human beings that evolved on this earth were black women. They evolved in sub-Saharan Africa about 280,000 years ago, and every human being on the face of the earth today has the memory of those black women's genetic structure in their genes. Now, we don't want to admit that, but that's the way it is. And as people moved farther and farther from the equator, their bodies produced less and less melanin, so their hair, their skin, and their eyes got lighter. As they moved into the east, they ate a lot of fish and a lot of vegetables, so their skin took on a different tone. I found that out when I was raising little kids. My husband worked in a supermarket. He was the head of the produce department, and they had lots of oranges that they couldn't sell, so he'd bring them home, and I was feeding my kids orange juice like you never saw in your life. They began to have an orange cast to their skin. I thought they had a liver problem. So I took him to the doctor, and she said, what are you feeding these kids? I said, well, lots of orange juice. She said, stop it if you want them to stop being orange. Now, if you think that skin color isn't anything other than the body's natural reaction to the natural environment, get over it.
If all white people are racist, according to you, can they be reprogrammed?
Of course they can. Of course they can. Of
How?
course they can be. It's called education. I'm an educator. The word educator comes from the root duck deuce, which means lead. the prefix E, which means out, the suffix ate, which means the act of, and the suffix or, which means one who does. An educator is one who is engaged in the act of leading people out of ignorance. Now, I know you can change them. The second year I did the blue-eyed, brown-eyed exercise in my classroom, it was filmed by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. They gave me a copy of that film. I showed it to my father. My father was about 59 years old at the time. He's been a farmer all his life. He raised six kids, lost one, raised six. Watched that film as a 59-year-old man. When it was over, he stood up, and with tears in his eyes, he took his red handkerchief out of the back pocket of his overalls, his bib overalls, and said, "I wish somebody had taught me that when I was 9 years old."
African Americans here, but they recently moved here from places like Kenya, Ethiopia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and Zaire. But now the brother whose family's lived in this country for generations, occupying space in all the locations, New York, Miami, LA, Detroit, Chicago, even if he's wearing a dashiki and sporting an afro. And if you go to Africa in search of your race, you'll find out quick, you're not an African American. You're just a black American in Africa taking up space. Why you keep trying to attach yourself to a continent where even if you got the chance to go and you went, most people that wouldn't even claim you as one of them, as a purebred daughter or son of them. Your heritage is right here now, no matter what you call yourself or what you say. And a lot of people died to make it that way.
Father God, Lord Jesus, the creator of heaven and the earth, we come before you right now. Somebody called you a burden bearer. Somebody called you a heavy load carrier. Somebody called you a wheel in the middle of a wheel. But I'd like to call you the creator of all things right now. For you put a leaf on a limb, and a limb on a branch, and a branch on a tree, and a tree on some roots, and the roots in the dirt, and the dirt in a hole, and the hole in the ground, and the green grass grew all around and around. The green grass grew all around Jesus. Now I want to thank you for chicken. Thank God for chicken. Didn't have to do it, but he did. Gave him 2 legs, 2 thighs, 2 breakfasts, 2 wings, hot sauce on him. And I can hear that chicken tonight, Lord, as he offer up a sacrifice of praise. I believe I can fry.
Right now, peace everybody. Hey y'all, smash that like button. Peace everybody. What's good? Oh, I'm off the plantation. Peace Chief Adrian, Tony Furlow, Chungus Khan, Wisdom 7, Leonard DeHuda. Let's see. That's all I do is show resources. Wild Arrow. Lotus. Hey, who else we got up in here? And everybody watching, y'all smash the like button because this gonna be hot. Oh, Willie Britton, hey, and Reborn King of 2. Okay, all these YouTube names. I gotta be real with my name. So I am gonna get a little funky. I watched that maroon shit that Tariq made. It was good for them, but it was a whole bunch of pseudo shit. And again, a whole bunch of people with accents telling our history. I'm getting tired. No offense, but y'all Jamaicans, y'all got to step the fuck off our history in North America. I think y'all should really worry about your own goddamn history, for real. You need to research why, when y'all asses ran out of here, gave up your tribal rule, and ran out of here with the British after we whooped y'all's ass. Okay? After we whooped the British ass, y'all Jamaicans begged the Brits. This is what you need to know about your history. Because I'm tired of y'all coming up trying to tell my fucking history. And all y'all niggas left here with the British and you needed a green card to get back or marry somebody here to get your ass back in here. So don't come over here telling my damn history. Talk about how y'all punks ran out, okay? Begged the British, oh, please take us with you so we could start a new life. And they put y'all ass over in Jamaica, British West Indies. Let's talk about that. So if you don't want me talking about how y'all beg, and y'all still begging, you still beg the white man for a job. You do, because I sit back, watch you. I process the applications so y'all motherfuckers could get jobs. So don't tell me you don't beg. You beg like a dog. You do. And you don't like it, don't watch my channel. I'm tired of y'all. I am. And you come over here and you become what you call Jamaican without the accent. You practice our way all over again. Sit up in meetings in suits, making everybody think that you're a Negro from America, okay? When you're not. You're sitting down and you're Jamaican. The accents come out as soon as y'all asses smell curry goat and oxtails. I'm tired of you. Stop telling my history and worry about your own. Now, I'm not talking about the Barbados people and stuff like that from the islands. I'm talking strictly about y'all Jamaicans. And you need to stop coming in my community, teaching my people how to remove their citizenship and get a fucking passport to get here like you. There's something very different from us when y'all asses ran out of here with the British and gave up the tribal rule. We don't have to do the shit you do. We're already Americans. We don't want, well, we're already Americans, all right? We don't got to do. And, you know, I think what I'm going to do is start talking to some of these senators around here for y'all motherfuckers teaching people to relinquish their citizenship to become like you, the status that you have, because you're not the Americans of North America. And you need to stop trying to make the Americans in North America relinquish their citizenship and get passports to do business, because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. They need to deport y'all asses for doing that. And I'm going to start giving y'all's information up so y'all can get the fuck out of our community. Giving out your information, who you are, to the government so that we can get y'all sorry asses out of here. Now, that debate the other day with Ad Power and Rob Bourne, that shit was trash all fucking day. Them Pan-Africans came out. The worst thing he could have did was came out with the AME Bible. Okay, that right there, it tells you you're doing, you're following the leadership. You don't even know that you're being an agent. That's how stupid y'all are, Pan-African. You're stupid because you want to be African so bad because you think you're getting reparations. Listen, I work for the government. You're not getting no fucking reparations. Not while I'm in government. You will never get reparations because I'm always going to file a lawsuit of you lying about our history. Okay? No matter what state you're in, I'm going to fuck your life up as a government employee. Yes, I'm going to file charges against you Africans for miseducation. And I'm going to do it. I don't care. Show this video because I want all y'all pan boo-boos to see this. I'm the thorn in your side that's going to always stop you from getting reparations. You're not getting them ever. So keep saying you're African. Who are you trying to impress? The person you think that might gonna give it to you? Joe Biden ain't giving you shit. He don't even remember y'all dookie asses. He done already gave the money up. Y'all not getting nothing. Nothing. And Rob Bourne, when you said that we're in the way of the reparations, you damn right. I'm going to stand in the way. I like you, bro. You from New York, but you need to kill that shit with your Aboriginal parents. How dare you? Shame on you. That's why you're having the luck you're having. Because you're not African. And then Tariq, bro, you're a nice dude. All right. I don't know you personally, but the bullshit story that you told, you're going to leave them fucking Seminoles alone. You done made all in your video. You better hope that people in the Seminole tribe don't sue your ass. You better hope that they don't sue FBA. You stated and made it in teaching and lecturing that the fucking Seminoles are Africans. That's a damn lie. That's a damn lie. The Seminoles are not Africans from Africa. You liar. And you're going to choke on that, bro. Your video is trash. I'm not Michi X. So you can step the fuck off and you can say what you want to say. But you need to cut that fucking bullshit. And then you made them Moors. The Seminoles of Florida are not no fucking Moors, nigga. You a Moor. You're a Moor because you're exercising right now as your little corny FBA. You're exercising Moorish behavior. But all y'all motherfuckers is going to pay. Y'all going to pay for the bullshit that y'all doing. Straight up bullshit. Now, I'm gonna go in this segment. That shit. It was the only part I like about your movie is when the Negroes, because see, you call them Seminoles or whatever, but them Aboriginals was cutting heads off, and them niggas was coming out the woods and doing shit, whooping ass. That's the only part I liked about the whole segment. All the people with the accents telling the story can kiss my ass and go back to where the hell they came from. And that's a fact. But you're going to pay for that because everything you stated in that video that you made, the Maroons, I'm going to fuck it up every time, just like I'm going to do today, nigga. Tired of y'all asses. Y'all a bunch of sellouts. You're a bunch of liar. You're a bunch of lying ass coons. You think the white guy give a fuck about your history? And they shouldn't. They shouldn't give a fuck about your history because it's not their business to do so. I'm tired. We're going to go over some parts of history today. And I'm going to show you before there was even United States that we had a system. And they were, AKA, for the sake of you understanding who I'm talking about, there were governors that looked like me, black governors, in here in Connecticut. Connecticut in 1755 and earlier. Well, before I even go there, let me say this shit. I don't care as far as my research and what I'm seeing. The fucking pilgrims that land here on Plymouth Rock. And I don't care if you don't like it. Turn it off because it might make you choke and vomit. But them damn pilgrims that came here from England, those are Moors. They can't be nobody else. Those are Moors, aka Black Europeans. And I'm gonna open my link, my channel up a little later after I finish. But the pilgrims, from what I'm seeing, they are Moors. They are Black Europeans. They got kicked out of every fucking where they went. Now, Spain predates Morocco. Spain gave them Morocco, by the way. The Moors, the black ones. That's a fact. Go look it up. But let's get back. Here in Mass, Plymouth, landing on Plymouth Rock, was some funky ass Moors that got kicked out of Europe. And they're called pilgrims. They are. They came here and they was sick. They was stankin', they was funky, and they don't look shit like what they taught us in school, where they wore them little funny black shoes and them little outfits, how they dress them up in little school when we were in little school and learned about the pilgrims. Them was some black, stanky, funky ass people, and they were Moors, and they were black. They were not white. Facts. And when they came here, they learned our our science, our everything. And when we kicked them son of bitches out of here, they went out and started building in the way we taught them. They didn't teach us shit. They went around the world and taught. They were the navigators. They went around and did this shit. But I'm telling you, my research is telling me that the Pilgrims were black, and they were. And they are the Moors. They are. They're the only motherfuckers that came over here with the King, with the Geneva Bible and all that Christianity. They came here and shared that with the Indians en masse. That's why they call the Indians en masse, the Indians, the praying Indians. They got that shit from the Pilgrims. They got it from the Moors. And I don't care how you niggas slice it. That's history and that's facts. The King James Bible is not indigenous to the Americas. It did not come from here. It was brought here by the Black Moors. And I don't care if y'all don't like it, because that's a fact. So when you and them motherfuckers are still here. All skin folks ain't kin folks. And they have our last names. We don't have their last names. That's bullshit. So now let's get into the shit Connecticut did. All right. We're going to start with them being, and I touched on this, but I want to go a little deeper into this. We in Connecticut and Mass, going further north, Rhode Island, all that. We held elections, and we had 2 governors. Every election, 2 governors. A black one, it had to be done. They had to elect a black governor and a white governor. The black governor oversaw the behaviors of the black people. Facts. And I'm going to pull this shit up and show you. The white governor handled the white people. That's the way they set it out. Now, the way they're writing it in history, as though a slave became governor. Slaves became the governor. They were elected. Make this make sense. They have an elections for slaves to be governors. Make that make sense. I'm going to tell you what the fuck they did. Hartford, period, point blank. Indian territory, the city of Hartford, Connecticut, period, is Indian territory. And all the Indians in these territories were Negroes, aka Aboriginals. All through here, when you go all the way up, all the fucking way up to Maine. Aboriginals. And I'm getting ready to show you. But let's just stick with Connecticut. Fully filled with Indians. Negroes. Okay? We did work with the Pilgrims, aka Europeans, or whatever the fuck you want to call them. Okay? They enslaved us. They employed us. We worked with them and for them. All right? Now I'm about to show you how. This shit is sick, man. This shit is sick. I'm going to show you how they're trying to rewrite this shit and incorporate words in newspapers. We had our own black newspaper separate from the white newspaper. Facts. I'm going to show you all that. Okay? And it talked about the governorships in Connecticut and all this. I'm going to show you all of this. I'm tired of these more niggas and these pen boo-boos with their bullshit. I'm going to show you where Connecticut only recognized a couple of tribes. There were couple of thousand tribes here in the state of Connecticut, and they were Negroes here. They only recognized a couple of them, like the big ones you see with the casino, the Pawgussets, in Connecticut. Let me just start pulling this shit up. Let me show you right here. Let me get the map up. I'm going to show you the map first. Let's get into it. Okay. This is Connecticut's map, and all it has is the Indians in these areas. That's all the fuck it was before the more pilgrims came here, okay? And I'm going to name the ones that the state of Connecticut recognized, okay? And then I'm going to name the ones that the federal government recognized, all right? The state of Connecticut recognizes the Pawgussets. I had them up here already. The Pawgusset tribe, they recognize the Mohegans, okay? They recognize, let's see, Mohegans and Pequots, okay? That's it. The federal government does not recognize the Pawgussets. But Pawgusset is the area in which I was born and raised. Now, my family lineage is out of South Carolina, but we came here back in, we left the South in 1929 and came to Connecticut and been here ever since. So I was actually born in Pawgusset territory, but that does not make me a bloodline Pawgusset because my family lineage is back in the South. But we lived amongst these people. I was born in 66 right here in Pawgusset territory. That's Bridgeport, Connecticut. Now, who Connecticut recognizes is who I told you. The Mohegans, they got casinos. The Pequots, they have a casino. And they recognize the Pawgussets. And let's see who else. That's pretty much it. All the other tribes, Connecticut do not recognize. The federal government only recognizes the Mohegans and the Pequots. That's it. The federal government does not recognize the Pawgussets, and the Pawgussets is huge. All right, huge. All right. Now, when we get into Hartford, Connecticut, we're talking about the goddamn Pognut. That's the yellow circle. That's the city of Hartford. All Indians lived in this bitch, and they were Ponducks. And then you got the all the other tribes right around here living in the Hartford area. All these are Indians. Let me take this down. Let me take this down. And I'm going to read this. All right. We went through this a little bit before, but I'm going to read it again and then go in a little bit more deeper. The office of Black Governor originated in Massachusetts and then appeared in Connecticut and Rhode Island. In Connecticut, the practice started in the 1750s, okay, when Captain Thomas Seymour's slave was elected Connecticut's first Black governor in 1755. Now, let's just think about that. How the fuck is a slave going to be elected governor in 1755? Now, this is before the Revolutionary War, and this is before any of the corporation was even established. There was no 50 states. Straight out of Connecticut. You got that? 1750s. All right. The election was followed by a large parade and festive celebration. A Black governor could be called on to perform important functions within his community. In many towns, the governor meted out punishments and upheld law and other order among the African inhabitants. Now get your fucking laugh on. Laugh on. 1755, there were not no goddamn Africans inhabiting Hartford. That's a lie. That word alone gotta go, African. Black governors often appointed a lieutenant governor and deputies to help carry out these tasks. We was punishing our own asses. Colonel John Chester Slave, London, was also elected Black governor of Connecticut in 1760. Now, this is way after the first Black governor. His wife, Betty, was thought to be an Indian. Get your fucking laugh off. That's all that was in here was Indians. And that time, she died in 1787. Sometime during his adult life, London was made free. He moved to West Simsbury, where he was still called governor. He died about age 80 and pauper of the town of New Hartford. First of all, ain't no goddamn Africans coming to Connecticut to be elected no damn governor. Are you serious? Stop the bullshit. I'm going to pull the map up again. You damn people. There's the Connecticut map. That's all the fuck that was here in 1755. Indians. So if he was elected Indian, he was elected Indian in his own goddamn town where he occupied, and I ain't even finished. It was governors for each town in this bitch. The yellow is where he was governor because they needed him to control the people, the Black people. Oh, I'm going to get in it. In each area of this map, there was a governor, and I'm about to show you. Let's get it in. I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired. Here we go. Let's go, y'all. Y'all ready for this? Throw up some goddamn fire because we about to get nasty in this bitch. Here's the actual original. Emerging from the shadows, the Black governors. Now, here we go. In the previous section, there were discussed the petitions of liberty, which suggests that white institutions might possibly be used to better the condition of Blacks as a whole. Do y'all hear this shit? Listen now. There were discussed the petitions of liberty, which suggest that white institutions might possibly be used to better the condition of Blacks as a whole. White institutions like a motherfucking church. Y'all better wake up. This incipient political development was probably why, in the course of the 18th century, the ruling class began to realize that individual relations of dominance were insufficient and there was need of some way to control Black communities as a whole. Now, let's put the right language in there. They needed to control them goddamn Indians, them Negroes, all those different names they gave us in our communities. They needed a way to control them. This was achieved, as is so often the case, by coopting individuals from the Black communities to act as mediators. Oh, so now these slaves from Africa, okay, of what you keep calling them, because you don't know what the fuck you call them. You got so many goddamn identities. These individuals who were raised from the Black communities to help whites maintain control over them were the Black governors. Yo, throw up some goddamn fire. I'm getting sick of the bullshit. You couldn't control them niggas that you wanted control over like you still do today. And they still got our same people doing this same shit. They needed a nigger in there. They needed an Indian, a real Indian up in there, a real Aboriginal up in there to control them niggas in Hartford. Because we was always in the motherfucking hood. It was our area of occupancy. That's the motherfucking capital where all of us was going to be. Yo, I'm not even finished yet. I'm tired of these bastards. Oh, Tariq, you gonna swallow what the fuck you did, nigga. You are more, you stupid Negro. You fucking wearing that goddamn lace front wig like Steve Harvey. You bastard, you gonna pay for that fucked up movie you did. And I don't give a damn who don't like it. The office of Black Governor originated in Massachusetts and then appeared in Connecticut. I'm reading it again, y'all, and because this is the original article, and it's in our archives here in Connecticut. The officials served as mediators between the white establishment and the communities of blacks. Okay, this fucking elected slave served as a mediator between the white establishment and the communities of blacks. So this slave jumped up from Africa, okay? That was a slave, and he's the motherfucking official now, and he's a mediator. Will y'all please let this make some motherfucking sense? Y'all stupid ass pan boo-boo's gonna learn today. If you are an official in that area in Connecticut, that's the Indian you were. That's why the state and federal government didn't recognize them. That's why. You hit them all. These officials served as mediators between the white establishment and the communities of blacks. As such, they could appear in ceremonies as heads of their communities, chiefs, you damn right, or carry out various judicial and religious functions. Now, wait a motherfucking minute. How a dumb slave from Africa that can't read and write and all this other bullshit that y'all was teaching, how the hell they're going to carry out judicial functions? Wait a fucking minute. Does that make any sense, y'all? You know who the fuck was ruling over here. While they might be elected, this does not imply they were agents of the blacks who elected them, but only that they command enough respect to be heeded. And white society as well. Politics was dominated by local notables whose basic function was social control in the interest of the ruling class. Now, y'all listen now, because you about to see back in the day who was taking your land and who was calling the shots on what was going to happen to you if you didn't get the fuck off your land. Listen closely. Some black governors had assistants and sheriffs, which shows that they had substantial responsibilities and were not mercilessly figureheads. Shown is a reproduction of a painting by H.B. Arms, 1905, from a Connecticut magazine article, The Building of a Model Municipality. It shows a parade of the black governors in Hartford. The picture does not show the governors in a very sympathetic light, but their function in early Hartford, after all, was to hand out severe and summary punishment to slaves who had violated the law, and this probably did not make them much loved in the black community. Now, these are the motherfuckers that was putting your ass in jail and locking you up. Our own people. They control us, not the white governor that was elected to oversee the white people. Now I'm going to show your asses, and this ain't directed at my positive crowd. Here is a table of known black governors, and it is probably indicates roughly the relative size of Connecticut's black communities. You better damn it believe it. The Aboriginals, because it was large. If so, Hartford would have seemed to have been the last black governor, and it was the largest. The last black governor in Connecticut that we know is the same name, Boston, is the name Boston we encountered before. Look, these are all black governors, and I'm giving you the goddamn years. Quash Freeman, we'll start with the earliest. London, Qua, Cuff, Anderson, Pelegna, Boston. Okay, starting as early from 1755, 1760, 1776 to 1766 to 1776. John Anderson, 1776, 1780, 1800. Man, 1810, 1815, 1825, 1830, 1840, 1800, god damn, 1850, 1855. Okay, I'm fucking done. These are governors, our people, Aboriginals. These ain't no motherfucking Moors. These are our people from our community. The Pilgrims are the Moors. I ain't even finished. You know, if our people don't wake up, if they don't wake up and understand who they are, I am just like lost for words. Right here, this whole goddamn state, nothing but Indians on this bitch. So let's read about the Indians in Hartford. That's who he was chief over. You look at this map. There was no states. This is in 1700s. There was no states. All this was Aboriginals. And they was niggas. I'm tired of y'all scumbags. You just look at that map. We're going to talk about these Indians. Let me see. There's more. I want to read about the tribes. And strictly in Hartford, the area in which this man was governor. Let me pull it up. Hang on, you guys. I'm pulling up the tribe that he was governor in. I just had it up. I think I got it as a what you would call it. Hang on to my sweets. I'm pulling it up. Where did I put it? Hang on, my dears. Here we go now. You know, I think I might have had two screens open. Oh, I did. I actually did. POD. Okay. Hang on. This is intermission time, y'all, while I get this damn tribe up here. Okay. Oh, come on. I'm not subscribing to this shit. All right, I'll do it this way. I'm coming. This is a little break. All right. Okay. Here we go. Let's blow it up. Let's show where this black man was governor at. Okay. I'll just read this smart one. There's another one that I wanted to read, but I'm gonna go ahead and read this one. Thank you, Rashida, baby. Thank you. You're so kind. Thank you for the donate. Y'all support my channel. Cash App Sister Bethy. It's right up there. All right, let's go, y'all. Now, the Pada County. Do I want to start here? All right, here we go. Our Connecticut Native Americans, Dr. Hijack, are a part of the great Algonquin family of tribes, which extends from the Carolinas to Canada, north of the Great Lakes, and on into the Western Plains. It should be understood that New England Native Americans, New England, okay, did not have a name for themselves. Tribal names are European designations. Y'all listening? Do not have their proper names in their languages. Each word has a meaning. 3, do not have written languages and spoke dialects of common Algonquian language. Native American words herein, which are italicized, are merely English spellings of our language sounds. Understand that, y'all. The first Europeans to record encounters with Native Americans in Connecticut were the Dutch. We will cover the 16 tribal groups known to exist when the Dutch arrived in the early 1600s, beginning with the Podnock. That's in Hartford. That man was governor over the niggers in that community. Understand, throw up some fire. We know the Dutch too well. Bought a lot of weapons from the Dutch. Throw up some damn fire. The first Native American group to welcome these newcomers to our homelands when the Dutch navigator Adrian Block sailed up the Quintucket River and landed at a Podnock village just north of Hartford, child. The Podnock, Hartford County, you're damn right. The only way that man was governor was because he was a Podnock Indian. The name changed from chief to governor. Understand that. Fire, please. Because that's who he was. This the shit that they want to hide. You ain't going to jump up and be no goddamn governor over no damn Indian land. Known Indian land. I'm tired of y'all paying boo-boos, niggas, that it wasn't no African. That was the chief of the tribe of Hartford, of the Podnock Indians. I'm tired of y'all. You paying boo-boos, you funky to read, you Moors, you're going to pay for everything. You need to throw that fucking shit in the garbage you made, Tariq. Or loosen that goddamn lace front. Bitch. Podnock or Pontuck means where you sink in mire. A boggy place in the Nipmuc dialect. But the Podnock called their home place Nawashe, between rivers. Their lands are marked Noah's, perhaps the Dutch equivalent for Nawashi on Dutch maps of early 1600s. The Partner tribe consisted of 3 bands. That's like 3 bands of people. That's a whole place. Partner fishing place who lived near the village of Warehouse Point. I know where that is. The Hockenham. I know where that is. I lived there 27 goddamn years. Partner, a hook or hook shaped, led by Tantonimo, who lived near the village, still known as Hockenham, and it is, and the Santicook, Nipmuc, at the river, who lived on the north bank of the Santic River near the section called Weymouth. And I know this. I'm tired of the madness. Thank you for the donations. Dutch accounts relate that their river tribes, were beaten in 3 encounters with the Pequot-Mohegan, the destroyers, who then claimed the entire county by right of conquest. After the Pequot sold land to the Dutch, Wagon, the ground is dark, the Partner conceived the idea of inviting the English to settle in Connecticut. Boom. We invited them down from Mass to settle in Connecticut. The earliest written record regarding this tribe is in 1631, when a Sachem called Wagon Cut journeyed to Massachusetts and Plymouth colonies to try to convince their governors to encourage the English to emigrate to Connecticut Valley. In 1632, the year before the Dutch began in the river, Sachem Nadawanti, also known as Adawena, presented Governor Winslow of Plymouth, Mass, with a tract of land in South Windsor. The following year, Plymouth Trading Company rewarded Nadawanut, the restoring him as one of the great Sachems of the river tribes. Within traditional Pontic homelands in Connecticut today are the towns of East Hartford, East Windsor, South Windsor, Manchester, part of Ellington, Vernon, Bolton, Marlborough, and Glastonbury. And I lived in most of those towns. I raised my daughter in East Hartford 25 years. And I lived in Glastonbury for 6 years. So I know my shit. Don't you tell me. I'm tired of y'all. Niggas was running this. And let me tell you something. And here's another way for you to know. And because the Negro Indians was running shit down here in the north all the way up to Maine, as they tell you who the governors were, that's the way we was able to whoop the South ass, unfortunately, where my family came from. It took niggas to whoop some other niggas. And that's how we did it. Because here, the British, they was all down up in here. So we got weapons from them and were able to successfully whoop the South's ass. It took niggas. Let me tell you something. You needed Pookie and Ray Ray and Big Meats to go down south to whoop down south niggas' asses. Down south niggas got something for your ass. And don't forget now, a lot of our brothers and sisters in the South, they got on the side with the North because they wanted to get out of the system that the South had. So you better believe Big Meat, Pookie, Ray Ray, Sister Bethy went down south and freed our brothers and sisters from out of a system that was going on in the South for many, many years. So it took me, Big Meats, Pookie, and Ray to go and whoop ass down there. That's how the North was able to whoop the South. Like I said, ain't no little Oliver Twist nigga with what's that goddamn disease? Whatever, was going down there by itself to beat up on Big Meat, That wasn't gonna happen. You got your ass whooped if you went alone. We niggas, we had to do that. And I'm tired of y'all. I'm getting tired of y'all with this African shit. You need to kill it. And I would like to show you more of the fact. Now, that whole ground, you got to understand that when these governors got elected, their title changed. There was chief. You are not going to be an African being elected governor in Hartford. Hell no. Do you know the fucking Pequots? They would have fucked you up if you was an African. You better believe he was a known Indian. They just changed the title. They like to change shit. Change the title. All right, you're now governor instead of chief. You're going to be governor now. We had our own system. And it took a nigga to oversee niggas. Ain't no puny little Oliver Twist dude's going to rule over no goddamn bunch of niggas without the help of a nigga. And the way to do that is to get you in their church, get you sanctified with the Holy Ghost. Now, they got the power because you're now indoctrinated with their ideologies and thought of there being this cosmetic God created by these dogs. And that's why I laughed and was just disgusted when Rob Bourne pulled out that AME Bible. Nigga, you should have been crucified for that. They should have just walked you up, put you on the cross, buddy. Pulling that out, thinking you're going to be ad power with that book. You, Lex, all y'all suckers, y'all are some goddamn indoctrinated fools. And at this point, you know you're an agent. I think you know it. You know it. This is exactly what you niggas carrying that goddamn AME book are. You are him. This is y'all.
Father God, Lord Jesus, the creator of heaven and the earth, we come before you right now. Somebody called you a burden bearer. Somebody called you a heavy load carrier. Somebody called you a wheel in the middle of a wheel. But I'd like to call you the creator of all things right now. For you put a leaf on a limb.
This is what y'all have become.
And a limb on a branch. And a branch
this
on a tree.
And
the tree on some roots.
Who the fuck we are.
And the roots in the dirt.
You got foreigners with
and the
accents
dirt in the hole. And the hole in the ground.
That you're an African.
And the green grass
this is
grew
how
all
you should live. This is what blocking you from knowing who you are.
Now I want to thank
this
you.
Shit right here. And this is exactly how y'all look.
Thank God for
how you act.
Didn't have to do it, but he did.
This is what you become.
Gave him 2 legs,
powerful,
2 thighs, 2 breakfasts, 2 wings, hot sauce on him. And I can hear that chicken in that line. As he offer up a sacrifice of praise. I believe I can fry.
Exactly what they want. They ain't black, Sharon. He purple. Until you pan boo-boos wake up. And I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care. I'm tired of y'all. Your shows and your YouTube channels with the arguing that you African, that shit is so boring now. So fucking boring that now I'm just putting my shit out here and going back to doing my genealogy for the community. I done did 8 genealogies this fucking weekend. I'm a bad motherfucker. I best am able to service my people by conducting their genealogy and getting them to understand and them digesting and feeling comfort in saying, I don't hate Africans. I don't have anything against African, but now I see what you mean, Sister Bethy. I am not from Africa. You're not. You are one of the Indians on this damn landmass. The unrecognized one. And I'm going to read that to you, how they don't recognize, but 5 tribes unless you come back and reestablish the bitch. That's the problem right there. You need to come back and reestablish them. Y'all so damn stupid. You want to do your genealogy and go try to get in one of the 5. Y'all better leave that shit alone. They created that for them, not for you. That's why you're not getting in them. That's some funny shit, Duard. And I like Rob Bourne. I do. But nigga, come on. Your great grandmother, Cherokee, nigga, that's what you are. Let me take a little break. And I'm going to put my link in the chat. And I'm not going to tolerate no disrespect on my channel. If you ain't an Indian, don't bring your monkey ass up here. Bottom line, if you ain't an Aboriginal, don't even bother to come up. If you a pan boo-boo, I'm not hearing your 23andMe and DNA bullshit. You don't need that. When I got the motherfucker, why do I need a motherfucking land plat, a DNA, when I got the motherfucking map? I don't need no DNA test to see who my peeps are. I don't need it. The ones the government and states don't recognize is the wild niggas in the hood. They don't recognize Podnuck. That's city. They don't recognize them niggas. They don't recognize no tribes with niggas. Because this is the land who they want to take it from. But we need that chief nigga to become governor and oversee his people, because we can't control their behaviors. You damn right you can't. Because we some warrior, wild niggas. And we don't fuck around. That's just bottom line. That's just bottom line. My spirit and my blood can't make me be like white mainstream society. I can't be like that. It fucks with me. I can't do it. I am the bloodline of these ancient warriors of this landmass. I'm the bloodline of these ancient warriors that cut heads off and shit. That's the shit that I feel in my soul. I'm warrior mind thought. I'm not Main Street white society. You're not getting me in your church to shout. And I'm so ever grateful that my grandmother and parents did not instill that in me, that shit in me, that bullshit in me. Which makes it very easy for me to say, oh, I'm not sitting in your service and giving you no goddamn money. Get out of here. I don't want to be a part of you. I don't like that lifestyle. It doesn't work with me. It doesn't. No, I like natural shit. Fake shit get me sick. Fake ass people get me sick. Anything pretty much outside of my natural makes me sick. That's why y'all all fucked up. And I can say this honestly. I will never ever join forces and reach hands with no fucking African. I don't know them. I don't know them. I don't want to know them. I don't care about them. Anything in Europe over there, I don't give a fuck about. I'm only concerned about my landmass. Let this corporation deal with them fucking foreigners. They're all foreign. I don't want to deal with foreigners. I only want to deal with my fucking people. And you have to respect that and understand it. It's good to mind your own fucking business. I find peace in minding my own fucking business. My tribe, my landmass is my business. That's all I care about. I don't care about other countries and what the fuck they're doing. I think if we all mind our own fucking landmass business, we'd probably be all right. I'm going to put the link in the chat because I'm still going to go over some stuff that I probably forgot to go over. Oh, yeah, I did. Haha. All these. 1, 2, 3. Let me show you something. I do want to show this in Connecticut. A lot of niggas running around in the hood ain't got not one relative down south. And that's a fact. Willie got a lot of friends that ain't got no relative down south. They are strictly from here. A lot of niggas running around in these hoods, north. We have what you call north side, east side, west side, south side of Connecticut. And a lot of these niggas, none of them don't have relatives down south. They were already here. And I would just want to share that because I can't wait to start going out in the community here in Connecticut and letting these brothers know. And a lot of them probably already know, but they probably feel a whole lot better. You know, I'm like, look, start calling yourself what you are. Don't run around calling yourself no nigga. Don't do that. But let me show you something. These are the tribes here in Connecticut on this map that I showed you, this huge ass map. All right. Out of all these tribes here in Connecticut, Mohegans, Pagussets, the Agwabs, the Wagnongs, the Massacos, Tunxes, the Quinnipiacs, the Menatuckets, the Wanganooks, the Sigots, the Pequannoks. That's an apartment building in Connecticut, the Pequannoks. That's an apartment building. It's called the Pequannoks in Connecticut. The Podnucks, the Hammonessets, the Nahantics, the Uncas, the Mohegans, the Nipmunks, the Pequots, and the Wachuckan. Let me tell you something. Connecticut only recognizes the Pagussets, the let me see, Mohegans, and the Pequots. All these other nigger tribes, they don't recognize. The federal government only recognizes the Mohegans and the Pequots. That's it. And that's the ones Trump talking about. They don't look like it is you. They don't look like it is me. Whatever. And that's because all the rest of this shit is nigger land. And they needed that governor, a.k.a. former chief elected, okay, to oversee all them niggas because they was crazy. White people couldn't handle them. They couldn't fucking handle them. They said, no, look, we need 2 governors. They had to have 2 elections. That's how the shit was done down here in the north. They had to have a black governor and a white one, okay? They was like, all right, you be the governor over the black people, and we're going to be the governor over the white people. All right? And then also, could you, while you're governor, could you be the mediator between the white people and the black people? So I'm like, God damn, you want the black dude to be the mediator between the white people and the black people and be the governor of all your people to maintain their behaviors. Because we were some wild niggas. We always been wild. I'm sorry. We always been wild, straight like that. We wild Indians, yo. We wild. Bottom line. And you got to understand why our men, you know, the niggas, act the way they act. You know, a lot of women, our women lost men for trying to change them to be like white mainstream society. The Muslims said that all the time. You lost your man when you tried to make him be a church boy. They was gone. Brother was gone. That was a terrible habit that our women did in the 70s and the 80s. You wanted to change the man you had to act and talk like white people. Proper language, English. No, that white dude was, our fathers was like, no, fuck that. I'm going to talk the way I want to talk. I'm not talking like that. I'm not no white man. I'm not. And that's true. And to this date, you still got these little nappy head church girls trying to make their man be like a white guy. You want a white guy? Go fucking find one. If a nigga is hood and just ain't gonna change, it's in his bloodline. Respect it or back the fuck up. Because I'm not changing my man or my sons into being no fucking sissy boys. I personally don't like no soft niggas. I can't. That shit's a turn off. I'm sorry. It's a turn off to me. I like the bad boy. Sorry. Yep. The brown girl with all the motherfucking degrees. I like the hardcore. I like the bad boy. I do. I just do. I love that shit is a turn on to me. It really is. I like warrior shit. I do. Yeah, I was dumb as hell when I was young. I go for this. I was dumb, but I ain't cared. It was a turn on to me. I go with the guy that was known for snatching a nigga up and driving him around in the trunk of his car for a whole day until he pay up his money. That was me. I don't care. That was turn on. It was warrior shit, and I liked it. But I was young. I was 23. But that was the kind of dude that excited. Yeah, I was a big meat chick. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm going to take a little break, y'all. Yes, and I still like them. I think they sexy as hell. I don't care. Leave me the hell alone. But that was the guy. That's the man I'm attracted to. I don't like soft church boys. I can't work with them. I like a hard nigga with a bad attitude. That kind of nigga say, nigga, where my goddamn food? I'm hungry. That's what I like. I'm attracted to it. So what? I'm educated. And all white people like you. Well, why did you like that kind of guy? Why? Because that shit turned me on. I can't even get an orgasm if I can't have no hard nigga. That's what I like. And if you're not like that, stay the fuck away from me. That's why I got Big Willie. Because he's a wild Indian. But let me get a minute, y'all. A little break so I can get some water. I'm gonna put a little music on, and I'm also going to put the link in the chat. Okay. I'm sorry. Crazy shit. All right, let's see. I'm gonna put the link in the chat now and take a little break. Let me put this little link in the chat. And you come up here and speak your mind about yeah, I'm crazy. That's just my personality. I'm crazy. I still work my ass off. All right, y'all, give me a minute. I'm gonna get some water. There's the link. If I'm not back, just hold tight. I'll let you up. Hey, Huru.
Hey, Sister Bethy. Is my sound quality all right?
No, you're fine.
Good.
I wanted to share a few more things with the audience, and then we could get it in, if you
Okay.
don't mind.
Oh, no,
And
not at all.
y'all could come up on the panel. I know y'all think I'm crazy, wanting to a wild Indian with that put people in the trunk of their car and drive around. I'm being silly, but I wanted to just show y'all something. Here's pictures of uh, governors in Connecticut and our towns, and it tells you. I'm just going to show you some pictures right here, if you guys can see this. Here's their death, their grave site. Wait a minute. Right here in Valley from the mid 70s to the mid 1800s. Okay, we're going to dodge the hijack. African Americans, that was not used in the 1700s. That's before it was even the damn revolution. I'm going to read this. And let me read it, make it bigger. The Valley Black governors lived in Derby, and it is modern day Seymour. Others were elected in Hartford, New Haven, Norwich, and several other towns. How? In 1750s. Wasn't your ass supposed to be tied up, getting your foot chopped off and shit by according to roots? Okay. And ain't no Africans coming from no damn Africa to be. No, it went from African. It went from motherfucking chief of particular areas of Connecticut to governor. Seymour resident Marion O'Keefe, a local historian, said the number of African Americans in Connecticut during the 18th and 19th centuries was all percent under 3% total population. Bullshit. It's funny as hell. When the whole map is with the Indians. Often, now listen to this. Often, blacks would create their own form of government and elect their leaders or governors. How the hell you do that? You're supposed to be a slave.
Oh, my
because
God.
that's what we did. That's what we did. I keep saying, you see, because they value us and see us as dumb niggas that don't read and can't put shit together, two and two together. These are these scholars writing these articles so that when you read it, oh, and you don't even think that you're the damn Indian.
Yeah.
Often, blacks would create their own form of government. We did, like we should do now, and elect their own leaders or governors.
Exactly.
The town of Seymour, originally called just a town, that's Indian shit. They even hide in their chiefs. Now, these are the ones these are the Indians, nigga Indians that the government and the states don't recognize because we weren't part of their system. Later known as Humphreysville in honor of General David Humphreys, who had established a successful woolen mill there. Humphreysville was part of Derby until the town of Seymour was incorporated. They incorporated this bitch. That's when they started. And this is what they did. You had a black governor, and then this shit started being the more churchified you got, the more you got into that religion. Okay, so let us all join hands. And this land is our land. All this bullshit. O'Keefe said the black governors led the African American communities and dealt with issues that directly affected blacks. The black governors would handle, check this out. The black governors would handle legal problems and they advocated for all Africans in the community. Oh, now they're Africans back in the 1700s.
Oh, Lord.
Wasn't even using that fucking name, O'Keefe said. Some of them belong to white families themselves. Yup, they did.
Oh, boy.
The black governors took care of the black people's issues, O'Keefe said. And in doing so, they were accepted by the whites in the community. O'Keefe Juba Weston was elected black governor of Humphreysville in 1825. O'Keefe said, some historians say Weston belonged to the Judge John Humphreys. Could that be his daddy? Who lived on the corner of West and Church Streets in modern day Seymour. The house still stands there today. But O'Keefe said birth records show Weston came from New York, and she believes he was a free man who employed by the Humphreys family. We can't prove he was a slave, she said. O'Keefe said Juba Weston's sons, Nelson and Wilson Weston, were elected black governors in 1850 and 1855, respectfully. Yo, I can't. I just can't.
Yep.
They were the Indians on the goddamn map.
Yep.
And I'm tired. Y'all gonna learn. Y'all gonna learn from Sister Bethy. And this shit was going on all over here, all through New York. It came from New York. Come on. This is all the North. I'm not gonna keep doing this bullshit with these pan boo-boos. You went from being a chief to a governor. Name change. You not running no niggas in that time period, 1700s, if you wasn't the Indian your damn self, because they wasn't going to have it. And that's just how our brothers are today. Hell no. Pookie Ray Ray Big Meats ain't coming for your ass. So you just kill it. What up, Key Norfolk?
Hey, Sister Betty, salutes to you. Salutes to the channel. Hey, salutes to you, brother Heru and Theodore. Sister Betty, I love the stream today. We definitely need your voice on this issue. Keep doing what you're doing. You got your people behind you. Salute to you, Sister Betty.
Thank you, love. I'm still going to share something else. Hey, Theodore, I'll be right with you, and then we can get it in. I wanted to share one more thing because we had our own newspaper, too. This is how you know. I'm telling you, they hiding so much stuff. And these little monkeys like Lex ass is trying real hard. I don't know if the nigga getting paid or what. But nigga, you're not doing that over Sister Bethy head. I'm sorry. Here go the goddamn newspaper. Baltimore now. Check this out. Check this shit out, y'all. Y'all know goddamn well in 1897, we was not using the word Afro-American. Let that sit in. You see Afro-American up on top of that newspaper? Up there in the far right, way up there.
Oh, yeah.
You see where it says Afro-American?
Yep.
It's some bullshit. I'm telling you, this is the shit that these scholars are doing. They have to go and hide it. Oh, we got to hide it. They're going to find out. This is all black newspaper. And it looked like your regular, hang on. Look at this newspaper, y'all. This looks like the regular newspaper that they put out, period, point blank. In Connecticut, it was called the Hartford Courant. That's a regular, remember we used to get the newspapers thrown in front of your door? We was running that shit. That was our shit. And they took it over. They didn't do nothing but take over what we already was doing. Now, let me finish. I just wanted to let Philly, Big Dog on the piano. Let me go back to that damn newspaper because I'm about to show y'all. Okay, here it is. Now, let's read some of this shit. This is Baltimore, hearing about what's going on down yonder. Look at over here. Wilmington, North Carolina. Special to the Afro-American. They inserted that shit in this old-ass paper. We was not calling ourselves Afro-Americans. It's terrible. Let me see. I want to speak about colored Republicans defeated. Let me see. Where is that? I want to find that article. This is all black people. We had our own articles and stuff. We did our own black shit and they did their white shit. But wait a minute. Let me go to the meeting of the Colored Young Woman Christian Association was held. That's just ours. It's our shit. And they took over when they just consolidated and started to become event. Colored conference convened. Black governors. Look. I think it's there. Here we go. A book little known even to college. Harvard in the olden time. Its first 30 years by Scabba, which was edited by W.M.B. Hartley and published at Harvard in 1853. There is a chapter of this book entitled The Black Governors of Connecticut, the very title of which will excite the support of the most elegant people, even in Connecticut, who have never heard of any black governors in the nutmeg state except the governors and the opposite political faith, who were, of course, politically black. The title, however, is explained and justified by a little explanation. Before the revolution and down to a period as late as 1820, it was the custom for the Negroes living in the state to hold an election on the Saturday succeeding the regular election day, choosing one of their number as governor. Sometimes, however, no election was held. The retiring governor assigned his office to another. The man chosen in either case was usually of imposing presence, strength. I can't read some of this. Quick to decide, ready to command, and quick to flog. He appointed a staff of military and judicial officers, which executed his ordinances in all matters pertaining to colored people, especially questions pertaining to morals, manners, and ceremonies. The fact that he had no legal status in the province or state did not attend trouble, him or his subjects. And he appears to have exercised a very real power, nearly always on the side of morality and justice. The justice of the peace appointed by these black governors were, as a rule, extremely severe in punishing people of their own color who transgress the law. So generally, was this recognized by the whites in colonial times that when a slave surmounted some offense, it was the blank to turn him over to the black justice for punishment. Such a culprit always feared much worse than if he had been tried by a regular court. Among the most notable colored men who held the office of governor was Qua, a Negro belonging to Colonial George Willis. And that's over here, but you're not from Connecticut, on the south end. Pellick Note, who belonged to Colonial Jeremiah Wadsworth. Boston belonged to these are all the governors. And it's just crazy. CYWCA, the meeting of the colored women's, all this bullshit. See, that's the newspaper, y'all. We got a little, I mean, it's like, I'm done. This was in a time, there was nobody over us. We ran us. And we put harsh punishment on each other. That beating and shit came from us, not no white boys. We had our own governors. And the only way the North was able to beat the South was because them niggas down here ran up there to help. And the South that didn't want to be on the side of the Confederates joined in with us, joined the Union. There was runaway slaves and everything coming here. So y'all gonna listen. Y'all need to get this story right and stop listening to people like Tariq and all these other motherfuckers teaching y'all lies about your history, because and the documents that I have are official documents that can't be challenged. You can't fuck with it because that was our people. I, for one, will get you with your own shit. If you run in these states, I'm coming after your ass for the shit you got out on my people that come from your headquarters, not some motherfucker that wrote a book from a college. I give less than a fuck what a college professor wrote. I'm coming for your ass, government. That's your government paperwork. I relinquish. Go ahead, y'all. Y'all got it. I don't care who go.
Well, what was interesting, if I could speak. What was interesting, if I read that right, is they're saying it sounded like they said the governor had no legal standing. Did I read that correctly? It's like, because it's like they're saying he was. If that was about him, they're saying he didn't. Although he didn't have a legal standing, it didn't stop him from judging righteously or something like that. And it's like, you got to be kidding me. He don't have no legal standing, but he's called a governor. It's like they mix and match everything.
Yeah, because they have to put it shit in there to really make you think
Confused.
that we're the
Yes.
slave.
Yes.
They got to do it.
Yes.
And that's the psychology
It's
of
propaganda.
the psychologist. Right.
It's
You got psychologists writing these articles.
Yes.
You have
Yes.
all different kinds of
That's what I'm talking about.
elite writing these articles about to
And
be able to
wording.
fuck up the mind of the people.
Yes. Yeah, and Sister Betty, the role of a governor is basically president of that nation state.
Right.
So he
And
was
it's
basically
the same
a
thing as
pres-
chief of a tribe.
Yeah, yes.
Same thing.
Yes.
You are not going to be a governor over a people, wild niggas in the hood.
Yes.
You go unless you is that Indian. They know
Yeah.
you to be that Indian, but you took on these white European titles given. Like I was reading earlier, how they were saying, look, these are English names in the way we pronounce them in our English tongue.
Right.
Remember, I was reading that
Yes.
earlier.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
what all this is.
That all they have to do is change it a little bit, and it becomes their word, not ours anymore. They just change the spelling. It's a spell, and it becomes their jurisdiction. Yep.
Facts.
And if I could read, and I'll shut up, but I just want to remind us what now this came later, but it was Dred Scott. It says in March of 1857, the United States Supreme Court, led by Chief Justice Roger B. Taney, declared that all blacks, slaves as well as free, were not and could never become citizens of the United States. So if you can't, take part, how did you become a governor? But this was after, though. This was in 1857. But
because when he was a governor, they wasn't part of the United States. We had our own system.
Right.
That's what I just read you. We had
Good.
our own shit.
That's
we
what
were
we
the
need
Indians.
now.
We did our own thing.
Right.
We were not part of this corporation.
Right.
Like
We're
I
not
said,
supposed
that's
to
in
be.
1755.
Right.
So that's
that was
even before the United States
Right.
was even created.
Yep.
So it
that's what we got to go back
all this
to.
is way before the United States was created. It's like 21 years before the damn Revolutionary War.
Mm-hmm. But just a reminder what status, a slave class or blacks have. They're not, just a reminder. But yeah, this was after. Yeah. This is just a little reminder that all blacks, as well as, were not and could not, become citizens. That's interesting. So how did we become that?
But again, what I was reading is before what was even thought
That's
of.
Cool. Yes.
It was no Dred Scott. This is like a few years after the 1600s.
Mm-hmm.
What I was reading is from the 50s.
Right. When it was more legitimate. Yeah.
Right.
When what was more legitimate? Sorry, peace. This is my first time coming in, and I don't want to just jump in, but I'm a little.
Well, when we had government for the people, by the people, as they say, and this man was a quote unquote black governor, but he really was an Indian. But so he had status. He had status where now we don't have status. Pretty much. We don't have status.
Didn't have status. You don't understand. It wasn't no United States. This is 1750. Right here is what you see. This is this map, 1750. Mm-hmm. That's what it was. Right there, all Indians. Right. The whites had little pieces of land. They probably had no more than 5 acres in each little town, starting from Mass.
But what I mean,
colonies wasn't even formed.
But what I mean was he considered black back then?
He was. No, he was a chief. He was a chief. They were Negroes. They were Aboriginal.
So he had the status of an Indian, is what I'm trying to say.
All right.
That's what I meant.
All right. Let me look at it this way. You see this map?
Yes.
I don't know whose background that is, but please mute up.
I think that's C. Moss.
All right. So I'm gonna explain it to you a different way.
Okay.
When that black guy was governor, this is what it was. You see this map? That's what it was.
Yes. Oh, okay. Okay.
If you was governor in Hartford, your ass was a Podunk Indian. They changed it so you couldn't see this.
Right. So you mean those state lines? So those state lines were not there. You mean just the orange, just the green and the yellow were there, but not those other lines.
I put that circle in there so you could see
right
where he was governor at. All these towns, every town you see on here, they're all Indian names.
Right. Okay.
They had a white, a black governor. All the colonies wasn't even set up. So like in Connecticut, the colonizers didn't have the whole Connecticut. It was all niggas.
Right. Right.
This was the time that they were governors.
Right. So after they made the states, whatever Indian fell in those states were just, they were just there, and with a whole system coming up around them.
All right. Let's say, you see where my little 3 dots is?
Yeah.
Right here. All right. You see my hand?
Yeah.
You see my little hand? My little.
No, your screen is still up. The map.
So okay. No. All right. All right. Look at the yellow spot.
Okay.
Let's just say that's the only piece of land that we niggas gave the colonizers.
Right.
Out of the whole state of Connecticut. All right.
Yes.
All the rest was niggas.
Right.
But that's
I got you now. I got you now.
Now you got it. All the rest is niggas. They're all Indians. That's the map of the 1700s.
Okay.
All the rest was niggas.
Okay. But C. Moses was saying something, I guess, before I.
No, well, I mean, if I could just chime in and share that, I think this is getting closer to the solution. I'm actually in Connecticut as well, and I just picked up on a lot of things, but that's neither here nor there. This is getting closer to solution as you read and see like the first black governor. This is how it was actually working, because even, and I say this like coming up to 2023, we really don't care what other people do. We don't care what they do. We just want to govern ourselves and handle our own business and handle our own communities. Because as you can see from a society standpoint, hold on, let me just get my thought across, because like all these social norms, this trans movement, all this other stuff, we have our own way of thinking that will only work when we are amongst our people and we know how we were raised and what is right and wrong amongst us. We can't really chime in on what they're doing because we don't know what it's like to be them.
Right.
So as we start to like share that type of mentality, it's like, that's why we, if you go back to that map and say, okay, that's where they were, we can coexist because we don't care what they do. But we also know when we get to shaking and moving, they're going to want to come and understand, okay, what are y'all up to? Because we know what works and what doesn't work. We know what tastes good and what don't taste good. Like it's on us.
Right.
Well,
so I'm just trying to like get, as this is the solution, and it's not like going back into segregation. It's just understanding, all right, well, let's just have our own. And it could be right here. It could be right next to you. But there's a way to do it. And it happens over time. But this is, I mean, I appreciate you bringing this up and reading it through, because then you could really read through the BS and we can move to where we need to go.
If I could jump in real quick to what C. Moses said, it sounds so simple and it sounds like a solution. And I hear you. And what I'm going to say is that what makes that almost impossible, we have a little problem. The Indian is the authority on the land. So you don't really share authority. And the corporation is very well aware of this. So what you're saying is correct. But the thing is, what makes us such a threat to them is that they know it's just a matter of time before we realize, oh, wait a minute, we don't need you here. And I'm just going to say, like, this is not a threat to the government. This is facts. And how I'm going to validate the facts is because, since the message spoke earlier, I just want to say, if we went over to Britain, there's no way that we could get in their system and then start running things. It's just no way. We first of all, we're not part of their thing. But that is exactly what's going on over here. We have an entity that does not. The reason why they put us on the bottom is because the only place we belong is on the top. So yeah, it is a little bit. It sounds easy, but they know that it's just a matter of time before these Indians realize. Wait a minute, I'm the authority, not you. You don't tell me what to do on my land. And so that's why we've always been a problem. That's why they've been, over time, they always pushing us to the bottom. When what Sister Betty just showed us, it looked like it should work, right? A brother is in charge of the Indians, whatever. But over time, it's like, wait a minute, he is the authority. Why are we here? And then you start to realize what a colonizer is actually doing.
Yeah, but we mind our business. So I don't know why you disagree with that.
But that's true, but they know who we are. In other words, we can mind. We've been doing that all. They still fuck with us, right? So it don't matter if you mind your business.
That's because we're in their corporation,
and we don't know, know who we are.
Right.
So
right, and the problem is we as a people, the whole purpose of me having this segment today is to show you that how our names, our real identities were changed. We keep putting the blame on the white man. We have to put that blame on our people because we had the power to do that. It wasn't the white guy to say, hey, you're a nigger. Hey, you're an Indian. Hey, you're this. Hey, you're that. It was our people doing that shit. And I'm trying to show you that we were the ones in power. And the problem is we have to stop blaming the white man for our shortfallings because we fucked ourselves up.
And
we did this.
100%.
And it's not like, she's a white guy, ass kisser. No, I'm telling you, I'm showing you the fucking truth.
And Sister Bethy, could you go a little further? Because I have something to say to that. But if you could you expound on why it is futile to blame the white man? Because our people really don't get it. They really don't get
what
why
I'm
it's
saying
futile.
is, okay, I went all the way back to the 1700s, early 1755, where it showed that it was an agreement that y'all niggas will have your own government. I'm just using modern day terminology because it seems that that's how we got to talk to our people for them to fucking understand. But I took your ass all the way back before the states were even fucking created.
Yes.
And you seen that they elected a white governor and a black governor. And, whatever landmass the white people was on, the black governor had no say-so over them. You had say-so over the wild-ass Indians in the hood and all the rest of part of Connecticut. The black governor was to oversee the brown people, the Indians, the wild-ass Indians on the rest of the land. And the black governor was also the mediator between the white people and the black people. Like if their issue came up, just like I'm Big Meech. All right, what the fuck the problem is? You wrong for doing that, bro. You taking your ass to jail. We did that. We called them shots. It wasn't the white guy. And that's what we got to stop doing. We have to start learning who we are and learning who our fucking ancestors are and learning what the fuck they did.
Yes.
Exactly.
We're fucked up towards each other today as a people. And you better believe we was real fucked up to each other. The elections. I got all the shit that I'm going to read, but I can't read it all in one segment. When we had the elections, motherfucking niggas was going wild because they's like, we don't want that motherfucker. So they cheated on the elections. All that shit. We did it. I got the information and I'm going to read it day by day. So what I'm saying is, in a nutshell, all them beatings and them harsh punishments and your ass going in jail in the 1700s and the 1800s, we were in power. We were the overseers of our people. We put y'all asses in jail because we got connected with the British Bible because we had relationships with them. And that's how it was done. We did this shit, and I'm going to read it, and I believe it. It's true. We do it now today. Look at the black women judges on TV and how they talk to each other. You know what? You ain't this. The Judge Ephraim's, the Judge Hatchett's. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're still doing it. It's just that right now we're in the corporation now, but we agreed to that shit. We agreed.
Well,
it took us to agree to come into the United States Corporation and be part of the union. We agreed to that. It wasn't the white guy that came to you with a gun. You're going to fucking join the union. Because as the records stand, they didn't want your ass in there with them. That's why we always had a hard time with them. Because we was wild, arrogant motherfuckers. Not to say that they wasn't either. And I'm not going to sit here and say that there's not wild, arrogant, ignorant white folks. But we were some wild niggas. And the white people's like, no, let them stay on their own. And we should have. But in a way, for the way we are today, do I really want to be on my own? Because I'm going to end up killing some fucking body too. But we made those decisions. Stop blaming all this shit. I showed it so we can stop blaming all this shit on the white guy. Because it was a little brown guy that looked like your ass.
Yes.
That was calling the shots.
Yes.
And it took the little brown guys that looked just like us to join the union, because we was empowered to do so as chiefs, and join the union and take our asses down south to go help our relatives down south get out the shit they was in. And that's what we did. And nobody wants to see it like that. Because niggas is arrogant. Oh, no, we was Africans. We didn't do that. No, they beat us as slaves. Come on. Stop the bullshit.
Yeah. Yes, and if I could speak to that, says that that's why the reason, and you said it.
Emoji, your device is not connected. You got to reconnect your device. Get back on the panel. Go ahead.
I guess the way I'm agreement with you, Sister Betty, and the part I want to point to is that if you keep blaming someone who is not the primary source, you will never deal with the source. Like, in other words, like just what I said, basically. Like, if you keep fighting the puppet, you will never address the puppet master. The puppet master can use any puppet he wants. It could be a white puppet, it could be an Arab puppet, it could be a Mongolian puppet. You fighting the puppets, but you're never looking up to see the hand behind it. That's why this thing we got going with white people, and the white people is this and the white people is that, that's just ignorance. And you're not looking far enough or deep enough, and you're not paying attention to history. And you're not looking where the power structure came from. King James was black. And that's I will always keep it at that.
Oh, yeah.
He's the one that started these colonies. He was the one behind all of this. It went down exactly the way they planned it to go down. Nothing was an accident. It just took time to brainwash us. And so that's why you can't just carte blanche. Oh, the white man. No. Who sent the white man here? It was a king. It was a king, a black king. Get it through your heads. Come on now.
That's true.
And it's like when the fucking movie Roots came out, that just added fuel to the fire, because it was a made up fucking story. And you really put a dagger on the white guy. You really made your ancestors look like a bunch of pussies and punks, because ain't no white guy coming over in the fucking down south. Are you crazy? Not in Virginia.
They won't do it now.
Not in Texas. In Texas, them niggas in Texas, they eat your ass up alive.
Yes.
You're not gonna do that shit. In South Carolina, they crazy as hell. I know, because my family crazy.
Yes. and I hate to bring them up again, Sister Betty. I know I belabor it, but that's exactly what the Moore story is. They're always telling us how they were defeated by a white man.
Yeah, they're blaming the shit. I'd be a pissed off white guy too. I really would. I'd be like, look, I didn't fucking rape your damn granny. I didn't do that. If they had did that shit, them niggas would have chopped his ass up down south.
You're right. Right.
And then to speak about the Seminoles, who are not Africans, them motherfuckers was off the chain. They was worried. They did not play.
Yes.
So
that's why
y'all got to get this shit right and stop listening to them paying boo-boos.
Yep.
I'm serious.
The way they got us, Sister Bethy, was not by might. It was total tricknology. It was words. They were casting spells on us with the words, because once they named us, then they could place us anywhere they want in history, in law. They could we didn't know that, apparently we weren't aware what they, that would denationalize. I call it denationalizing. When you take me out of my first standing as the first primary authority on the land, and you name me something black or something colored. Well, over time,
we did that. The white guy didn't do that. We did that.
That's another thing.
I just showed you,
and that would have been the Moors.
How are you an elected governor, aka former chief of that particular landmass where you was governing? Going to allow yourself to say black or African? African wasn't even used. They wasn't even talking like that.
Right.
We talking 1700s.
Right.
So that's some bullshit. It's these motherfucking college students, professors doing this shit.
Yes.
And I showed you in that
like I
newspaper.
always have
How the hell
done.
you gonna write that shit in the newspaper? And the white guy, he came and beat you and whipped you. Picture them doing that to a fucking Shinnecock in New York.
No.
That shit's not going down.
Right. He was put there.
You're not doing that in New York, and you're not doing it in New Jersey.
The white man was put there, and he's protected by our police system.
Yeah, y'all putting too much. Y'all putting too much on that white boy. Y'all got to own up to shit.
Yeah,
Hey,
in power, and you need to face that shit.
Sister Bethy, much respect. From my research, Moors were officers of the state.
Oh, Lord.
So basically, they were underneath the governor.
But okay, they were. But big dog, hear me out. We got to look at time here. The documents I showed you, there were no states. Okay, that was 1755. There were none
Territories.
that there was no states. This, what I show you here, is what it was in that time. We're talking 1750. There were no colonial states.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
My family been owning land in Georgia since the 1790s.
There you go.
Landowners. Yes, ma'am.
Now, go ahead, y'all.
No, I'm just wondering now. I know King James came in the 1600s, so his influence was already here. You know what I mean? Like, he's a 1600s dude. So it was just getting started. They have long-term plans, so they will sit back. And I was going to say earlier, what I realized when we get our stuff back and when we take charge of our nation like we should, and not half step and say we want to work with when that happens, we're going to have some kind of group that will oversee over the years. I'm talking about 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead. This is how they do it. This is how colonizers operate. They have a 20-year, 50-year, 100-year plan, and they just pass it right on down. And they better stick to that plan, because that's the only way they're going to take our land. And we're going to have a plan just like that when things get real and things go back to what they should be, and we have our land like we should be running our shit. We're going to have to keep track of who's going to pass this down like 100 years from now. And it's going to have to be a very real secession, because that's what they do. That's how they sit back, and they don't have to worry. They already got their plan. They just sit back and wait for the one who's going to come up and pick up those plans.
That's true.
Yep.
So let's just look at this real quick so I can show you. When they were governors, this is the first states becoming states in 1787. What I showed you when governorship with the Blackies, our Negroes, aka former chiefs, that is damn near 50 fucking years before a state even became a state. These are when the states were admitted and ratified. 1780s, late 1780s. All the way, it started from 1788 all the way to 1907, 1912, 1959.
Wow.
All right.
Yeah,
So
that's what I
what
thought.
I'm
Like,
talking about
yeah,
is at a time when we actually were in power, occupying our lands in our Indian fucking territories. We were who were we? Who were we in 30 years before there were even any states? Well, I tell you, goddamn it, we was the Podnucks, all this, the Mohegans, all this shit. You're not going to be a governor on this Indian land in that time. Forget it. There were no states. It was us running our shit. I'm not going to say this no damn more. I'm tired.
Yes.
Are y'all niggas, y'all pan boo-boos. There was no Africans running shit over here.
Well, so what we can say, Sister Bethy, is just the term alone is showing you what the plan was. So he was not a chief anymore. He was now a governor. So
they took the name of chief
up
away.
with that word? Who came up with that? That's a British. That must be
some kind of English. Remember, I was reading. Yeah. I read to you. I said they said, "Well, this we just spelt it how it sound to us in our language."
Yeah. See, once I just read that, yeah, we already have stepped into their jurisdiction. So him being called a governor, you know where this ship is going. He should have stayed a chief. So that's how they. This thing where we agreed to be citizens, I just wonder how aware were we when we were being surrounded by spells and this renaming thing that looks so innocent. It looks like, well, this is just how we say it. No, you say it how I say it. You better learn. You're on my land. You learn how to say it how I say it. You don't make it a new word.
I think a lot of this stuff is Freemasonry. A lot of these people are Freemasons.
The Moorish, because that's the Moors are the one, and I don't know if anyone.
Yeah, Freemasonry. I agree with that.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I got that document.
Listen. Yeah, I believe a lot of these governors were politicians, were Freemasons. I really do.
Well, that's how you enter into the Moorish world.
I got that too. I'm gonna read tomorrow. I can't cover it all today. It's just too much.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can't tell you this.
Off the plantation, but I wanted to come out and show that so y'all can start thinking, well, damn, if we was in power in 1755, in each town here in Connecticut, there was a chief. It wasn't a governor, it was a chief. In each town on that map that I showed you that governed that specific Indian territory. And the example you can use and understand this. Each town in Connecticut was governed by a chief. And you know this. How do you know this? Because you got the Mohegans tribe. They govern their shit, do they not? The Mohegans, that's a casino. They govern it. Yeah. So what makes you think all these other Indians on here on this map wasn't chiefs and governed their land?
That's true. Makes sense.
They all govern their land. And why? Because come on now. And you heard the document. Some of them got whites in their family. Well, yeah, the Pequots, the Pagats, all of us.
And Sister Bethy, I'm picking with you, but it's good to see a map and not a globe, because we were using maps.
And my thing is this: the recognized ones, that means the ones that kiss the white man's ass in the corporation, are the Mohegans.
Yeah,
they only represent the federal government. Only represent two of these motherfuckers on this map, and that's the Mohegans and what's the other one? What's the other one, baby? The Mohegans and the Pequots. That's it.
Pequot.
So if they got chiefs of the tribes, what make you think the rest of these damn Indian tribes didn't have chiefs? That was the chief you was seeing, that nigga that was governing his people in the Podnucks. That's Hartford. Wild Indians, wild niggas. And I can't wait, to start getting out in my state where I was born and start going to break this down to them brothers on the avenue. That's what we call the avenue, because that's where niggas hang out on the block selling their stuff. Saying, look, let me do your genealogy out here. I'm bringing my shit right outside. I ain't scared of my hood niggas. I'm not. Let me do your genealogy because I want to give you a real reason to talk shit to Connecticut government. Do you know you're a Podnuck Indian and that you standing on your damn land selling your shit while I'm in there? So I can sit out right side and say, come on, boy, let me do your genealogy.
I was thinking.
Put up a goddamn tent because my shit was wireless.
Yes.
I sit right outside and they said, damn, all this time, let me go get my mother. I know what they're going to do.
And most of them really don't know either.
Because they don't know. Let me go get my mother. Let me go get my grandmother. Yo, Smurf, that's some real shit. I'm on my own shit. That's exactly what they're going to say. Yep, go get your grandmother. Bring her here. Bring her here. And you know they're going to hit me off. Be like,
you got to stop and establish some
cash, and so I can keep growing this shit. Y'all niggas need to know who y'all are out here on your own goddamn block. You need to know who you are. That Doug McCorry's representative motherfucker, he need to be checked because he probably Jamaican. Check that bitch.
Most of them are. Most of these people are.
Yep. Sell out.
Most of them.
Sell out. Sell out.
Most of these politicians and senators are from another country.
Yes.
And I'm telling you, look, I tell you, don't fuck with me on my day off. That's all I'm saying. I'm working with my people because I don't like how you work with them because you're scared of them. You think they're just wild, stupid niggas in the hood. But all they trying to do is make some fucking money because they can't get no job in your fucked up system, criminal organization. So fuck it.
Right.
Let me get out here and talk to these brothers. Say, look, don't let these little fucking net hat wearing motherfuckers that came from over to Jamaica start telling you, yeah, Rasta man. No, you didn't come from Africa. Let his monkey ass say he from Africa. Because bitch, I would tell you about your history with your goddamn dreadlock wearing ass all the way down to your
A lot of them don't know their history. A lot of them don't know their history.
Because I'm telling you, bitch, you ran out of here. Or a lot of them do know. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Well,
you ran out of here with the British. That's why your ass got their accent. Okay, you got that shit when you left from here.
Well, they got it,
and you gave up your tribal rule. Your dumb ass. Now they got a big ass casino on
They conquered the islands before they hit the mainland. That's all I'm gonna say.
I'm like, your dumb ass ran out of here. Okay, gave up your tribal rule, and you're the original motherfucking Airwalks that should be over there with that motherfucking casino. Up there, the Pequots and the Massachusetts. That's y'all's fucking land. That's where you ran and left. And look, they done built a whole motherfucking casino on your shit because your punk ass ran out of here with the British. So now you sure you want to learn about your history? Oh, you know what it is? Don't get me started.
Get them. Get them. Get them.
But it's looking to me like it's the same thing with this whole Pocahontas thing. I think you
don't get me started with that bitch.
So Sister Betsy, look at the pattern. You get an Indian who's a royal, and then you have kids with her, and now they become the elite once they touch with Britain, the European. Now all of a sudden it's her blood, and they're saying that her people were a lot of the white people are saying they descended from her, right? So then that's how they're doing it. So the Jamaicans, they saying something about Haile Selassie. Same thing with Pocahontas, I guess, because so now you done mixed with somebody, and now y'all got some bloodline that you think is better than every other one because you got some European in you. And you think
we don't do that in Jamaica. We don't see it that way. Well, take your fucking ass back. Because y'all always talking about, my country is nothing like this in Jamaica. Well, take your fucking ass back to Jamaica. Why you here? Why?
That's right. Right.
I would never leave a beautiful country.
I know. And a whole lot beautiful about Jamaica other than the tourist area. That's the only thing beautiful about Jamaica. The water in the tourist area.
Been there,
you go outside that, I can tell you, it ain't the tourist area is beautiful. After that, it goes straight to shit. Really, just that simple.
So what did
my
they get out of the
right here? I think it's better than Jamaica. I ain't ever going. I don't want to go. I don't like the way they talk. I like the way my hood niggas talk. I'm staying here. I ain't never left, and I ain't ever leaving. America.
Ain't nothing like the Americans. Ain't nothing like the Americans. Nothing like the Americans.
I'm with you.
Yep, I'm representing America.
I
ain't
fought
ever
for this
leaving.
country, so
Yeah,
I ain't
right.
never leaving it.
I ain't leaving my damn land.
And I want it back. I don't want half sharing. I don't want to share it with the colonizer. I really
know
don't.
that's right.
Yeah, you need to go
Give
back.
me all my pride.
Yeah. I was thinking the other day, somebody said it's British Isles. So that means they only had little islands. That's why they fell in love with America.
I told y'all.
It's like, little British
I got so
islands.
much shit.
And
so
they
much
saw this
shit.
and lost their mind. And all of a sudden, King James talking about this is his.
But for real, on some
it's
real
not.
shit, on some real shit, if we properly teach our people history, y'all, we got to stop. You got to stop saying the white man this, the white man that, and worry about your own shit. You got to be properly taught. You got to learn that your own fucking people did this to you.
Yes.
At later point,
Who had the land?
Consolidated. Exactly. Yes. And we got to wake up to this. You got to let the fucking root story go, which is a fucking lie. You got to let it go.
All day, every day.
Because back in the 70s, when I was little, if either one of us called each other black, that was fighting words. And all the little wild ass Indians pile around to see who's going to win the fight. Ooh, she called Shorty black and Shorty whipped her ass. That was
That's
70s.
true too. Yeah,
that was
true in my hood too.
Couldn't call nobody black and not get your ass whooped. May the best man win.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
And African, you call them African, you got your ass whooped even more. Because
they
associate that with monkeys, being from monkeys and shit.
Right, that's true too.
And King Kong and all the monkey shit.
Especially in Virginia. We'll stomp your head in.
Oh, Virginia. We ain't even talk about the wild Indians of Virginia that whoop your ass.
In Virginia. We'll stomp your head and you come up with the 2 words.
And I think also, I just want to throw in too that, I know we tend to see our people a certain way post-colonization, but I think we got to realize it's not going to be, when we are ruling our shit, it's not going to be what we think it is. Like, oh, we got these crazy blacks. No, they're going to, once they know we're the authority, that's going to change. They won't need to act like that no more. I mean, we might have some,
that's true.
So it's like and plus we're the ones that taught everybody what they know anyway. We're not uncivilized. We just got to go back.
That's true.
Yeah. So it's a whole thing. The reason why we act out is because we're being oppressed. Let's just be real about that.
Being oppressed, and we don't have no self-pride. We need to instill the self-pride back in the people to let them understand their real worth. And I believe that is from knowing who you are and what you lost and how you lost it. Because the story that we've been given is not that. There's no way you can have some self-pride. Somebody telling you you got a handful of white people came and took you from Africa and brought you here. Where your pride at? Where you fight at? You tell me I ain't fighting. Y'all just laid down and you just coming in. So I mean, all that is just gone. It's just so debilitating.
Yes,
it really is.
Man. I remember, I can still recall the day when I was in some kind of history class and that subject came up. I remember the feeling I had. It's just this feeling of inferiority, and I can't call it but what it was. I felt like of all these different races in this classroom right now, I'm the one that got overtaken and beat down and pulled it, and I thought to myself, this is some bullshit, and it was really bad. And you can't get mad at the other students, right? Because hey, they sitting there like that learning this crap like I am. But it's still
exactly
how they look at me now,
Right, you weak.
Yeah,
y'all ain't put up. You all ain't put up no fight. I mean,
yeah.
Your mom and your dad ain't fight for you. There ain't nobody try to come and get you. I mean, nothing.
You don't belong here.
It sucks. It really sucks. I mean, that's why I never liked history class. I used to always speak my truth according to what my father taught me. So. I mean, a lot of people didn't come up the way I came up. They didn't have a father or a mother or elders to tell them, about your pride, about who you are, the kind of warriors, the kind of fight you had in you. These people, they just come over and just bully you over. It took time.
It was conniving.
For this to take shape.
It was cunning, conniving, deceit, outright lies. They went to the lowest levels to do this to us. They had to go. They became full on freaking devils.
Hey,
I don't even know
Oh,
if
most
y'all
definitely.
brothers, like y'all
yeah.
brothers just said, we became slaves on TV first, and then through the miseducation system.
Yes.
That's where
Yes.
we got
True.
the slave narrative
Mm-hmm.
here in America.
Well,
Yes.
I got mine first in
That
school.
that TV was a deadly
Then
weapon.
roots came later on, but it started in school. But like I'm saying, even though
Yes,
my
sir.
father taught me better, it still affects you because you
I
like,
was
but
born in
my pop
'65.
saying this. Okay,
You
my pop
feel
was
me?
born like in 1909. So
Mhm.
so he knew a lot of the real history, the organic history before they came in and institutionalized the way we thought in school. Cause my father ain't know about none of that stuff we were getting taught in school. When I used to come home and tell him about that stuff, like, huh? What you talking about? You asked me what we learned in school today. That's what we learned.
Now,
And
if shit was run down here in the north, Indians niggas running shit as governing their people, right?
Mm-hmm.
What you think was going on in the South? They was running it there too in the 1750s and stuff. And that's a fact. The Indians were literally running shit on their land.
As we should
all right? You got to understand it. And when you hear records being destroyed, that's the shit that they didn't want you to know.
Yes.
Connecticut is
and
no
my
more
thing is,
like,
was
fuck
the
that. Connecticut was
our
like,
people
no,
destroying
fuck
the
that.
records, or was it the European destroying the record? Because that's the part that always
Both.
not found.
You can't keep
Okay.
blaming it on the Europeans, theater. You got to get that out your head.
No,
Because the shit
I
they do,
said I didn't
you
know.
know what
I
I'm
didn't. I'm
saying?
trying to figure out who was
Right.
destroying what. I didn't
It
know
was
whether it was
us,
or them or both.
Once we came into this corporation, it was our people in power too. And you can't keep
True.
saying that the white man burned all the records. It was our people. We some fucked up people, and we will do fucked up shit like that. I do not blame all this on no damn white man.
I
Ain't no
can't even
fucking
see
blame.
that.
There's too many
I
niggas
blame
here.
very little. I blame very little on them.
Burning
What I
shit.
know.
In my
Black
mind,
Wall
none of
Street.
them are
Right.
any longer.
Black Wall Street. We did that shit. We
Yeah,
was
I'm
the
with you.
government.
It's our people.
It's
Our
our people.
too. It wasn't just them.
Yes,
And that's,
ma'am.
and you know,
Yes, sir.
and I hate to be the one. I know I'm always bringing them up because I do see in history. Once I learned about the Mongol Empire, I knew for a fact that it was the Moors that betrayed us. I knew it. There's no way you go around the whole entire world and they all think that we are a new world. There's no fucking way. So that's how I line up my ducks. So I never see that it was a white person that really did the most damage to us. It was the Moors going around and making the world believe that they started in Africa and you know, creating a whole new epicenter of civilization.
Well, they did start there.
Yes,
they did.
Once they got kicked out of here. That's how I feel. I know you might not have.
Sorry, Chief, but I'm not going with that descriptive term bullshit. Them some separate motherfuckers from me.
They separated completely, like they became a whole different spiritual system. So they want to keep saying that we're brothers. No, we're not, because you went against everything that we would have held sacred. So there's no way you can
I ain't even gonna fucking lie. I'm related to more white people than I am a motherfucking Moor. I ain't even fucking gonna lie. I got white people in my family that I have bloodline with. Not no fucking Moor. They're literally white. So that's why I said that shit ain't no descriptive term, because I ain't related to the monkey motherfucker.
No.
I'm sorry. And I ain't even gonna lie.
Yes. And what I want to say is we see how they operate today. Like this gives us a clue to how they did it before. They insist, no matter what you say, they insist that you are one of them. And then you could see how that could.
I would love to just punch one of them in the face. Maybe we get some wild niggas. There's no wild niggas on the avenue that stop punching their ass in the face, taking them fucked up license plates off their cars, just snatch them off when they come down the street.
Yes. Now, white people ain't gonna fight you about who you are. White people are not gonna fight you like that. But a Moor,
you know what, and that's true.
Yes,
that is
what
true.
You say what you are. That's
because that's true. No. They're always curious. Every time I go into a store, with my feathers on,
Yes.
and they ask me, what tribe are you from? And I tell them, then the conversation starts. It's never like, well, no, you're not. You're not.
Thank you.
Never, ever.
Brother, right there is
never,
telling you who your
never,
enemy
ever.
is.
That's the truth.
It's telling you who your enemy is.
That's the
truth.
truth.
One who insists that in order for us to be brothers, you are me and I am you. And then I take your shit.
Right.
But see, no.
That's true.
And see that the attitude they have, wouldn't they be the ones that would change our? Think about it for a minute. The way they insist that we are Moors, you can almost see how the first census worked. It's like, no, this is who they are. So you are insisting on telling the world who I am. You're defining me. And so I can easily see how your paperwork would make that happen. I'm going to tell you to your face that I'm not you. You're going to craft some paperwork and make me you. And then just argue for the rest of your life that I'm you. Why? Why do you need me to be you? What do I have that you need so bad that I got to be you? They are out of their blasted minds. It's scary how brainwashed they are. Really? How you going to tell me?
I don't think they're brainwashed. I think they get paid for this stuff. They get paid. I tell anybody, look, these people know too much.
Yes,
too much information.
That's another thing.
You had to run across the truth along information.
Yes.
There's no way you done all this research and you never came across the truth.
Yes.
You're getting paid to push this agenda. I don't care what nobody says.
Hell yeah.
These people are agents for the government, and they're getting paid for exactly. Yep.
I mean, how can I come across that little bit of information that speaks volumes?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yes.
And it's more, but I can't show or after my lawsuit, I'm throwing it all out.
After we win.
That's why I just sit back and get so disgusted when I see people like Tariq. How dare you say the Seminoles are fucking Moors?
Oh my God,
you motherfucking liar.
And it's a shame too.
It's
a real shame.
Embarrassment. That was
this guy here,
Indians in Florida.
I just want to throw something out on the airwaves, people, because this is something, my little pet peeve that I have now. I am talking about white people, but I just want to put it on the airwaves to the awakened Indians. Now, we know that with the one drop rule, right, we have become African or whatever. And but with the one drop rule, white people became Indians.
If there are any Moors on my tree, I
make it make sense.
Motherfucker.
But I'm wondering, is that because my thing is, I know type O blood is mostly just the oldest blood. So I keep asking myself, how are they saying that white people are mostly type O? And then it occurred to me, wait a minute, they do that funny thing where you just need one drop of something, and then you could be called type O. You know, so I'm wondering, are they doing that shit with the blood? Is there a different blood test for white people that make them turn up type O? Because it don't make no sense to me.
They type O, but it's a small percentage. See, that's the thing, and they're just grabbing that percentage. You know, it's not. They're not saying they're 100%. They're saying I'm 15, I'm 20, I'm 35, I'm 5%. You know what I'm saying? Yes. So they just grab a percentage and holding on to it.
They came, they funky, hungry asses from England and brought that Bible. They brought the goddamn Bible, gave you the Bible, and took your damn land. Said the Lord will bless you.
Mm-hmm. And I know exactly Empress Hobart showed that blood quantum. It was very interesting too. It was very interesting show she had when she was showing you that blood chart, you know, and how they went about including themselves in what blood type.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's some bullshit. It's straight up bullshit.
It is.
I ain't going for it. And when you see a Moor, every time I see this dude, the only people I can think of is a Moor. So let's have our little Monday evening church session.
Father God, Lord Jesus, the creator of heaven and the earth, we come before you right now.
That is a Moor.
His ass
is purple.
Somebody called you a heavy load carrier. Somebody called you a wheel in the middle of a wheel. But I'd like to call you the creator of all things right now. For you put a leaf on a limb, and a limb on a branch, and a branch on a tree, and the tree on some roots, and the roots in the dirt, and the dirt in a hole, and the hole in the ground, and the green grass grew all around and around. The green grass grew all around Jesus. Now I want to thank you for chicken. Thank God for chicken. Didn't have to do it, but he did. Gave him 2 legs, 2 thighs, 2 breakfasts, 2 wings, hot sauce on him. And I can hear that chicken tonight, Lord, as he offer up a sacrifice of praise. I believe I can fry.
Disgusting. That's
the every time you show that crazy thing.
That's the bullshit that got our men soft, acting like little sissies, and can't speak up for themselves, and run and look for justification, and looking for justification from foreigners. How did I do? Did I do okay? Oh, I can't stand that kind of brother.
Oh my goodness, that's fun.
When you don't know you the man and you the shit, you can't even come on my panel. You gotta ask permission. How did I do? Was that all right? I got a speech to do. How did I do with that speech? The fuck out of here. I can't stand that kind of brother. Don't come near me. And that's what you got sitting up in our legislators right now. Soft, pussy, scary brothers. Oh, I don't want to lose my position, so I don't think I should put that bill forward. Or I don't think I can represent you in court because I don't know what it might do to my license. You fucking bastard. This is why I hang with Mooch and Big Meech and Ray Ray, because they ain't gonna fucking let me down. They showing up and they gonna show out. Bottom line, I can't stand them. They ain't gonna represent you right. That's why I rather deal with Big Meech. I get a house if I went to Big Meech and say, Big Meech, my rent is, I can't pay my rent this month. Could you pay it for me? Big Meech, yeah, boo, here. Fuck a bank. I can go to all the Big Meeches and all the hoods and say, yo, let's buy a fucking town. Everybody chip in. I'm getting that from Big Meech. But that brown guy in the suit sitting in the legislature, fuck that nigga. He'll be right there at the bank to deny your loan. Bitch.
You're right.
I'm with Big Meech and Pook and Ray Ray. Fuck the rest of y'all. Hi. How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm just spazzing right now. I'm just so upset.
Oh my God.
I really am.
I'm spazzing out.
That video.
I had to I listened for it. Yes, I listened for as long as I could, not to interrupt. But when you get to the point where you're putting a screen of a character on the screen up there, and the character is a character, because you forget that we're all characters. We all have a character that we put out, we put forward. What kind of character are you putting out? Who are you trying to reach with what you're doing? And more importantly, who are you trying to deceive? So it doesn't matter who it is. You can be deceiving yourself or you can be deceiving others. And my whole thing of why I became a psychology major, I was going to be a doctor. For 2 years, I did pre-med, all of this, and I changed it. I changed it to a psychology major because I kept seeing the dark people. I say dark one, you know, melanated dark ones. My little nephew is back in the background. Sorry. Hey, stop that. All right. So when I saw that the mind, how the mind looked like it's debilitated, how, you know, I'm wondering who's doing this. And all I kept coming up with is us. It's our own people doing it to themselves. And I was like, nah, that can't be, man, no. And every time it's evidence to show you, how do you divide and conquer your own self or your own people, your own land? because somebody else wants what you have. And I'm not talking about Caucasian people. I'm talking about the people within the community wanting from others in their community. How you can divide in your own community and take what you want in your own community. And all you're doing, all you're doing outside of that is everything to make this division work, to make this division happen. And it's not just earth beings. I'm just gonna be 1000% with y'all. You don't have to agree or not. It's not just earthlings that want to divide and conquer something. It's the spiritual entities as well that want to divide as well. So it's a grand scale on what Sister Bethy talks. Thank you for letting me come up, Sister Bethy, and homage to the host and to the panel and to the chat. But when you start digging this deep, it starts messing with your spirit. Your soul gets messed with. You could tell me it's just this, it's just money. It's not just no money out here you seeking from people. You seeking people's soul. You seeking their spirit. You trying to take them out.
Yes.
That's true.
That's exactly
that's true.
That's real talk, sister, and honor to you. And it's always a pleasure to have you up here. And I want you to know that. And I love you, sister. I do. I love you. I can say that and mean it. Real, recognize real. You know what I'm saying? Real, recognize real. It's always an honor to have you on my panel. A lot of people think, oh, Sister Bethy, just don't fuck with women. No, it's the spirit. It's the energy that I don't fuck with. Real, recognize real. And you are beautiful and you are my sister. And I appreciate you being up here. You come up and you hit that link any damn time you want to. Because I can learn a lot from you with your psych major.
Which is a bunch of bullshit too. But I'm gonna step back.
I know. And I don't even need you to. And before you even get started with the psych, I don't need you to tell me I'm crazy. I already know that.
But the truth is, sister, I don't think it is. I really don't think it's bullshit because it really is what they're using on us. It really is at the bottom of how they took over our country.
Yeah,
it's like
ambush.
Repetition. Yes.
Ambush. But
and I do agree with
we
her.
don't realize that the easiest thing in the world is to take back our community. It's so easy.
It really is. Our sovereignty is easy. Sister Bethy, our sovereignty is easier. Once we do that, sovereignty just drops. See, we make it like they've made it like sovereignty is, you better not say that. That is who I am. What you mean I better not say that? On my land, that is who I am. And anybody else, anyone else, any other person on any other landmass would agree. And against this corporation. No, you don't come and tell people take away their sovereignty by reclassifying them. That's not what we do. That's not what is just and right. So yeah, they are sovereign automatically, whatever it means. That's what they are.
I just want to go here, and because I really want this to stick with our people. What the yellow that I have circled is the city of Hartford. That is the hood, the dirty hood. That's where the capital is. Ain't nothing but niggas there. Now, the state of Connecticut only recognizes the Pequots and the Mohegans and the Pawcatuck out of all the tribes on that map. That's because it's just a map loaded of niggas. Connecticut has 169 towns. We had governors in each town, aka chiefs, because that's all Indian land. And this map is in the time that they became governors. They went from being chiefs chiefs to governors. And you better believe if the Mohegan tribe got a goddamn chief, so do every fucking tribe on this map. I'm telling you, they changed it from chief to governor. Ain't no African gonna come and be no goddamn governor on no Indian land. Look Hartford up. Look up Bridgeport. Look it up. Not in no 1755. Look up Pawcatuck in 1755. Look up all these towns in 1755. They don't want you to know this. You're not going to be no fucking African being no goddamn governor. Now, the first African governor was Obama, but that shit's in what? 2007, 2008? Not no 1755, his little monkey ass was not going to be no governor of no goddamn Hartford. You could cancel Christmas. They'd have pulled his monkey butt out by his ears. But I need you to understand. You got to understand this. I'm serious about this shit, and I'm going down there in Hartford with my chiefs, and we gonna be strapped.
I know that's right. Bring the smoke. That's right. Just in case
Albany Avenue, letting niggas know who the hell they are. I don't know. They might be getting mad, not at me, but we ready to go to war. I don't know which way they gonna go. Them damn wild. What? You mean to tell me this is my fucking land or my town, and these bitches put me in jail for an ounce of weed, and now these bitches selling them? I don't know how they gonna act.
That is so terrible. That really is.
Might camp out on Capitol grounds because you can't stop them because their tax dollars pay it. They might put tents up and say, oh boy. I don't know how them niggas gonna be in front of Hartford. They ain't no softies out there. Not in Hartford. You better look it up. I'm going. It's time for me to get out in the community that I was raised in. Now, my bloodline is my bloodline from Connecticut. No, it's from South Carolina. But where I grew up and the people that I grew up with are here in Connecticut. I have become a Yankee girl in the state of Connecticut. This is where I've been all my life. I've never lived anywhere else. I've never even been across to the West Coast. I never left Connecticut. The only time I left Connecticut was to go to South Carolina, or I went to Boston. I've never been anywhere else. I've never been on an airplane. I've been on a train, but the furthest on the train I went is to New York. I've always been here in Connecticut. I never left. So it's time for me to teach in the communities where they know me. And it's two places they know my ass. And that's Bridgeport, which is the largest town, Bridgeport, and Hartford. And once I hit them two, it's a fucking wrap. It's a wrap. Because niggas gonna start talking. They're gonna start talking. And this is my destiny. It's my job. If we don't get out and tell this to our people, it's not the white man's responsibility to tell our people who the fuck they really are. It's our responsibility. And we got to tell them the truth. And I'm not going to let these educational systems sit up here and keep giving them a chop my toe off Kunta Kinte story. It ain't going down. That shit squeezes right now. I haven't even started this in Connecticut. But now it's I'm gonna be taking days off of work and just go sit up right there on the avenue and talk my shit. And I'm coming with my motherfucking laptops and my chiefs. And we not playing. We going be strapped. So don't act stupid. See, Moses, you wanted something to say?
To be honest, I mean, I wanted to build earlier, but I had to jump off because of some work stuff. But to bring up another point, because this is difficult. This is what I've been trying to tell people for so long. So I'm grateful to come across your channel. It's hard to teach people this stuff, though, because the programming is like embedded into these brains. So like I'll tell someone something that is so obvious and they'll pretend as if they get it. But something in me tells me they really not really understanding what I just said. And so
I don't know. Are you black or are you white or how do you identify?
Is that what, based on the way that I talk? Because I am.
No, I don't, because I don't know, because I was going to tell you that. I was going to say our people, but I didn't want to leave you out if you're white. Or if you're,
so, and that's the thing.
With our people, one thing about our people, we've always been visual learners. So you have to show our people. That's where it hits them when they see it. I see our people have always been accustomed to go by signs. Signs. We always look for signs everywhere in the sky, how we connect. So when you're teaching our people, they're more visual learners than audio. You lose them with audio. So if you're going to teach our people, especially in our hoods and on our community, you got to show them. So like if I told them about the map, they won't get it. It's not going to sink in. You have to show them, and they're going to be like, oh yeah. So you have to show them. So they're visual. So you know the different learning styles. You have your comedic, you have your audio, and you have your you know what I mean, sister. And so with our people, for the most part, 99% of the time, not only do you got to tell them, you got to show them while you're telling them, and that's where it hits them at.
Mm-hmm. That's a fair point.
That's true.
Yeah, I could tell you about your genealogy tree, but when you see it, that's when it really freaks you out.
It is beautiful.
Yeah.
So,
I went to the vital statistics building about 3 weeks ago for status update. Now, when I get in line, I talk to the guy that's administer the paperwork that you're asking for, and I asked him, have you heard of form SS5FS? He said no.
Oh, that's the Social Security one?
Correct. So I show him the form. He's like, I never saw that before. He said, so basically, what are you asking me? I said, well, I just want to update my status, get my correct status. He said, okay. I said, well, you got paperwork for it? He said, well, if that's the form you're looking for. I said, no, I don't have. He didn't have that form. He said, so what you mean by trying to correct your status? I said, well, I'm trying to correct my status to American Indian. Now I have a line of people behind me, and you'd be surprised of the oohs and cheers from our people. Yeah.
Yes,
it's a true story. The oohs and ahs and the cheers that I had from the people that was in the line behind me.
Mm-hmm.
And when I went to when I actually went up to the window, of course, you know routines of the Bethel. Because you got to go, because you got to be part of the 5 civilized tribe.
The dog rope.
Yeah, right. See, that's the thing. See, Sister Bethel been saying this the whole time. You can, but you got to be part of it. You got to be part of this corporation in order for them to put your paperwork through. I said, well, I don't want to be a part of that. She said, well, this is the only way you can get it done. I said, but I understand that, but you understand that they, Walter Plucker prevented the Virginia Indians to be in their correct status. I said, yes, I understand all of that. I know about all of that. See, they be knowing this stuff.
Yeah,
but they got to go by corporate. They got to go by corporate law.
The cheers and stuff you were getting were probably from a bunch of white people, right?
Yeah.
No, Sister Bethel. Oh. No, it was our people.
Well, that's
it was out. It shocked me too. It shocked me too.
They tell you, white people, they're like, about fucking time. But you got to understand, white people in my era, which is the X generation and back further, they were taught as little children that they couldn't say Indian. It's a bad word. They weren't allowed to say that. That, like, if they walk up to me and say, you're an Indian, they get an ass whooping from their parents. They weren't allowed to say that. It was a bad word in their household. And my colleagues, I could probably bring them on here and tell you that was ass whooping for a white kid, because it was like saying you're a nigger. So their parents would discipline you. That's not nice for you to say. You can't call him an Indian. That's not nice. Because it was like saying nigger. So yeah, when Chief speaks, it is a descriptive term. And that's a fact.
Are you guys familiar with because I think I caught the tail end of your story, Theodore, but if you wanted to, we have the 5 civilized tribes. If you wanted to start your own right now,
Mm-hmm. I'm doing it through Sister Betty.
So we are on that. So this is happening in real time because that's
I have
the
a tribe. We're called the Wire Tribe. Yeah, you start your own tribe. All of the federally recognized tribes are 501c3s.
Right.
And so is Wire.
The only problem that I foresee with that is the money has changed so much in the last 100 years that economically you're still going to almost shoot yourself in the foot.
How?
Because we're working with fiat and they're playing this game with the digital currency. And so if we don't start thinking about how to solidify our own currency on a large scale, you're not going to be able to, because at a certain point, it's going to be like a mind game, a mind war.
Well,
and you're not going to play the
honey.
game, essentially.
But I guess I just have to call Dreads and tell him, all right, I'm in.
What do you mean by that?
Well, he deals with fiat and all that. And one of my chiefs and my tribe is very familiar with fiat, Chief Glennis.
But what fiat got to do with establishing your own family tribe? You just you're dealing with your family.
Right.
So
fiat don't have nothing to do with that.
No, but hear him out. Go ahead, Moses.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm over the last 5 years, I'm going off of like a hunch that I've always had of like that I've always been here, and then I'm actually getting the information to confirm it. And so, you know, I not that this part matters, but I studied economics in college, and I just understand the way that the economy has affected society in a way that even if we are on the same page, one, a lot of people still think about money in a way that is just like, we used to live off of the land. So this money is like a new thing to it. We would barter. We had everything we need, and we kind of live life. When you think about it, you don't really need money. Money is a paper. You wipe your ass with it.
Well, that's how they were able.
Right, but so that's why I'm talking about like the programming in the minds of people of you could tell them this, but they're not really gonna get it in there because in the back of their mind they still think money, and it's like fuck that money, but you can't really fuck that money because it is like the way that this whole thing works today. It's not how it always has been.
Well,
over the last 100 years, starting with the way the Federal Reserve has come into play and Hollywood and the entertainment, and they nationalized it. Before you had entertainers in your community. I wouldn't know a rapper in the state of Washington. I don't need to know a rapper in the state of Washington. I'm not from there. I'll know a rapper here. So I say all that just because like they monopolize the system. And so as they see you gaining traction, like, oh, okay, you really about to like do this. So you're gaining traction. People are listening to you. They will hit you in the bank, and they think that that's going to
change the interest rates and stuff.
However, there's a lot of different ways that they could do it. And again, over the last 100 years, because it is chess at the end of the day.
Yep.
The fact that we know what we know right now, we are supposed to win, and we will win. We're like reverse engineering it.
Right.
But if we don't have our own currency, we're not gonna be able to really play. But I don't even know if you want to do that just yet, because then they'll really know you're for you.
Well, we weren't supposed to, and
I don't know you guys yet. You might.
We weren't supposed to, and that was one of the primary reasons as to why a lot of us lost our lands across this landmass, is because of the currency. We did not, when we came into this corporation and joined the union, we were not prepared money-wise, currency-wise to do so, because we literally lived off our land.
Right.
There was no exchange of currency. And when we came into the corporation, we didn't realize that we were going to now be honoring their laws, their statutes, their policies. And one of the biggest laws that they put out was land taxes. If we didn't pay the land taxes, they were coming to take our homes. And that's one of the ways that they took it, because we didn't generate currency. So how can we pay a tax bill? You get a tax bill, and that's something you never got before you came into this corporation. You literally lived off your land, and you get a tax bill. How are you going to get this money to pay for your house taxes? You getting water bills and all this different shit. And so they took your land that way, and that was fraudulently taken, being that, number one, we were Indians, but when we came into the corporation, we came under false identities, such as Negroes, coloreds, black. So they were able to tax us. If we had came in as who we really were, we would not receive any tax bills or any such bills, because Indian not taxed. That's in the Constitution.
What is your understanding of our relationship to gold before the 1900?
We had the gold. Georgia mines. I wish I had James up here. We had all the gold.
Well, that all went
San Francisco too.
Oh my goodness!
It all went to the feds, because that's
why they took our shit and invested it.
Yeah, that's how we got fiat, and since
there you go.
That is why we're not supposed to be paying for anything. No Americans, because once they took the gold, they took away legal money, and this stuff we're using is not constitutional. So they were supposed to even that out. They were supposed to give us credit, each and every American credit. That's what Nasara and Jasara was about. Remember, we were looking into that, Sister Bethy? They were supposed to do. It was a form of that. See, I still think they were trying to hijack Nasara and Jasara, but the whole idea was Americans are not supposed to be paying. Once you took our money and all our gold, we don't have anything to pay. So you were supposed to pay all our bills prepaid. It really is supposed to be that way. A lot of people don't believe it. Yeah. It is fact.
No, I believe
they took away the gold.
I believe it.
Yes.
And the simple
gold and the silver.
Fact. And
yes.
and again, you have to go back to who was in power along with them when we joined. It took a chief to make these decisions of all the different towns, aka towns used to be territories.
You imagine
they changed it to towns. Money. And who do you think was in power to make those decisions? They didn't even educate. Our people were so fucking sorry when they were in power. They didn't even educate us. They didn't even educate us that you were going to get a tax bill and you were going to lose your land if you didn't pay it. That's how sorry our people were when they were in power. They didn't educate the people. So
that video you did of the chief who sold Georgia.
So that's when the war came in, the Civil War. So now you got Pookie and Ray Ray going in. They was flipping out because you're coming to take Pookie and Ray Ray land. Oh, now you got to fight them. Now you got to fight Pookie, and that's that whole Civil War.
Personally,
but that's our people playing both sides, though. That's just so crazy. Every time I think about that.
Why would Africans be fighting over land in North American landmass and southern states? Those were Pookie and Ray Ray, wild Indians fighting North against the South. The South was like, nah, let's keep it that way, this way. We don't want to do it this way. And the North, along with our people from the South that joined the Union, ran away, went and fought the South and won the war. That was it. And it's been like that since.
What it is I've connected since what you're saying basically was our people, and I want to say it was our people being influenced by whatever Moorish empire was left at that time. That's what was doing it.
I knew he was just say that.
I never let them go. Never.
He was gonna do that one. He had to.
And sister, that's why I like what you said too, because what you said is so important too, Sister Love, is that it's beyond. At this point, they want us body, mind, soul. They are crushing us so bad. Because the idea is they have to erase us. In other words, to take my legacy, I have to be completely gone. And if I'm here, I'm a constant threat to you. So you will always be on my back. So, Sister Love, you're right. You had that right. They want to crush us mentally, spiritually, and physically. Yeah, and that's what makes them so lethal, because they have all the money. They really have all the gold.
They have all of that already.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh yes, absolutely.
That's why you're being taught by spiritualists to zone in on what your energy is that you have inside of you. That's why this is being a repeated message. What do you have inside of you? What's inside of you? And we're not just talking about DNA. We're talking about what's your spirit like? What's that energy? What is flowing through you? What are you going to do with that? What is your purpose? Why did you come down here? Why do your bloodline keep acting like this? Why do women in your bloodline keep acting like this? Why the men? Why the children? There is something to this whole piece that I'm just at the point where I know it's not about this dang piece of paper that they keep telling me it's some money, because I'll be like, nah, I don't need money for that. And it's true. I don't. But you have to know what's in you.
There you go. Spiritual attack. Spiritual attack. Mm-hmm. That's why they use religion first. That's why they use religion.
Yes.
And if you're saying, and if Sister Betsy is saying right now, everything is pretty much a lie mixed with a little bit of truth, then how you don't know this war wasn't created by whoever it was created between the North and the South? See, then it makes you
created by our own people.
Yes, and it makes you question even further.
That's what was created by our own damn people.
Yes, look
exactly.
at
because the soldiers fought in the war. Right. The soldiers fought in the war got played by the corporation on both sides. That's the way I see it.
Yes, both sides, exactly. That's how they did it. Yep. We had the French and the British, and we thought, I'll be like the Algonquins was all loved up with the French, and the Iroquois were all loved up with the British, and we both got.
Oh, God.
And both of them were sitting here to take over the land.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes.
Both were sitting here to take over the land.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. I would say that. I would say that to be more truth. And when you start investigating and figuring out who you are.
When I saw the Iroquois that gave away 5,000 acres of land in West Virginia, I was like, you know what?
Oh wow!
Gave it away.
Well, look at where
gave it away.
You and I got
gave it away.
And
nobody take it. They gave it away. I was like, you know what?
In order to become a state, that was one of the requirements to become a state. The chiefs had to cede the lands. And each town that chief had to cede that territory. So they did this. They sold us out.
And
you gotta stop saying it's the white man.
What was that chief, Sister Beth, you was doing a segment on for I think it was Creek in Georgia. He died in like 1865 1860 something before the Civil War. Start for P. Chief.
You talking about you talking about from the Seminole chief?
Was it the Seminole chief? I know you were talking about a chief who gave away all his land in Georgia.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me look him. We can look him up. Chief.
You showed me. I was like, you know what? Ooh-wee. I want to be saying, man, every time I look at information and research it, it always us, man. I don't see no damn bad else. I don't. I want to be wrong. I've not seen nobody.
Chief Vaughn.
Hold on for a second. I got it wrote down.
For the Creeks.
What is it? Push Mataha?
Yeah, push Mataha. Yes. The land in Georgia by the Creek was chosen because
she did a segment on it, and I was like,
yes. Oh wow, that was a while back. Yeah,
I was like, wow. I mean, it's like, man, everywhere I look is us, man. I don't see nobody else.
I'm telling y'all, we got to wake up and really smell the coffee.
That's why you are supposed to know who you are. That's why I keep saying you got to know who you are.
The map.
You have to. It's a necessity. Yes. As you're going to be looped, your spirit will be looped back into this time warp on a different plane. Thousands of years down the road, your little spirit gonna be like, yeah, let me go back over there. It was fun the last time. And you're gonna come right back over here, play it out in a different way, and be like, I feel like I did this before. Because you did it before.
Yep.
Have you ever studied Mayan culture?
Facts.
Say that
Have you ever
again.
studied Mayan culture? Have you ever studied Mayan culture? Because it sounds like you studied Mayan culture.
Let me tell you
Because the
something.
Mayans say the same thing. The Mayans say the same thing.
I have not studied Mayan culture.
Me
You need
either.
to. You
That's
sound
why
just
I say
what you
I
saying
know
right
who
now.
I
Sound just
am.
like the Mayans say. The
This
Mayans
is
say
why
the
I
same
know who
old
I
thing.
am. I have many Mayan artifacts. I have Mayan symbols. I draw them. I never study Mayan nothing. I know the sigils. That's why I say know who you are. This is not no witchcraft, voodoo, all these things they're gonna tell you this evil. No, it's good and bad and everything on this plane.
Yeah.
So don't get duped. Good and bad exists. My brother be talking about, oh, sis, that's witchcraft. That's voodoo. I got this little stone right here with a wolf on it. Oh, that's witchcraft. But you gonna sit up here and pray out here and talk bad against somebody and not knowing what you're doing. You need to know who you are before you start saying.
Do me favorably.
Facts.
Word man.
So Moses, Moses.
If you're scared, go to church.
Oh my goodness. So Moses,
I'm here.
Are you still there? Some days I flare up. We all have our YouTube days. Really, literally. We all have our YouTube days. And some days I flare up and I use the profane language. I just get so angry. And it really ticks me off because it's not white people that come and attack me on my channel. It's my own people. It's the people that look just like me that are heavily indoctrinated.
Yes.
And I get so upset. And then when I show it, they're angry and they see the truth and they know it's the truth. And it's like, God damn it, she put that out. Because that lets me know you're paid. Who are you paid by?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Secret societies, Moors.
Secret society, government, all of it the same.
Yeah.
I mean,
all of it the same.
I say this
YouTube panel.
And this is what
federalized tribes.
Them angry. Moses, this is what makes them angry when I put stuff like this up. And you see that these are all tribes in these 169 towns.
So
and how could it be that the Mohegans have a chief and they operate their people? What about the Patnang? Oh, you darn right they got a chief. But you made him change his name to a governor. Because how is a African going to come here and be a governor? Make that make sense. Over this tribal landmass. Not happening. There's no African that's going to jump up and be over here in Bridgeport where the Pecusits are. There's no African that's going to go there and be a tribe. I know the tribe, chief of the Pecusits. He was on my panel. He's not African.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a good interview too.
You see how much land they have? It's
Man, I was
huge.
like, wow.
And then you have the Quinnipiac. All of these were tribes.
So Quinnipiac still has a school over there. Tungus has a school. What's the one in the green?
That's Sigabup. That's right around here in the Harper area. As a matter of fact, let me look it up. I got it up. Hang on.
I just can't read that.
It's hard to read it with the old maps. I got it up here. Okay. What was that? The Sigahogs. Sigiog. I guess I'm saying it right. Oh geez. I can't even. They have they got it in another damn language. Wait a minute. I clicked something wrong. Maybe it tells it down here. Here they are. I have a better map actually. Oh, let me make it bigger. Here we go. I got to do a share screen. Get back to you guys. Let me take this down and do a share screen. This is a better look. It's right here. Sicaogs. All of these are tribes. Now, the one that we were talking about was the products right here. This is Harvard. And I'm like, are you serious? How come the Mohicans have a chief and the Pequots have a chief, but all the rest of them don't? Oh, because now they're governors. Boy, bye. Not you, but literally. They need to stop the madness. Stop. And the chief happens to be an African. Don't play with me.
Well, that's the same thing the way that it is
not
today.
Not in 1755. No, the states weren't even created.
But it's the same playbook where today
they copy our system.
They say the first. No, I'm saying when they call them an African, like today they'll say, "Oh, this was the first African American to do this." I laugh too, but people think that that's some sort of feat or something. Like, "Oh, I'm the first African American in my family to do this." Like, no, you're not the first African American to do anything. That's not even a real thing. But it plays a game on your mind to think that we just started to. I don't even know what, because
Jesse Jackson brought that to start.
That's about to say the same old thing. Our people who look like us.
That was started in 1988. That's how you know that the scholars went back. And matter of fact, let me pull that up. Okay. Here we go. Let's pull this up. That whole African American thing didn't come out until Messy Jesse came out. I'm not doing this.
And you know what, Sister Bethy, I just got through doing looking at that man's energy, just watching the energy, the way the words came out and what the lingo was and what he was pushing. And I say he in a very nice way as I can, but that entity that pushed that was not what you thought it was. And if you look at it and you start watching the path of how it shit, even down to whole little old Martin Luther King, if you listen to the wording, if you start watching how it does what it's doing, they have been, the day that I'm talking about is what I said earlier. It's not just earth beings that have been doing this type of thing on this planet for many moons, ages and upon ages. And you watch what they're telling, and they tell you in plain sight, they're not hiding it.
Right.
They looking for a whole bunch of spirits to slavery. Slavery to them is not dead. They want it to stay very rampant. And this is what you're talking about right now is to free spirits, free lives. Right. That's a real thing. That's why people gonna come for you. That's why these beings gonna come for you. You talking about freeing people's mind. They talking about like, are you crazy, lady? You can't be down here freeing people's mind, freeing their mind. That means their spirit might go somewhere. Of course you're gonna get attacked. You on a whole different level. And when they come with their little stories, they gonna come. I saw some stuff where they was coming for you. I was like, wait a minute, they saying she this, but this add up. Hold on, I'm not gonna believe these people over here because I don't see what they're talking about. You gotta understand, energy and spirit is energy. And when you hear beings like Sister Bethy and all the men and women that have come through this channel right now, today, at this space in time right now, these types of beings are not your average beings, and we don't take no mess, and we're not gonna stay for it. We're not gonna be about that. So they're gonna come for you. You just get ready. Stay whatever you need to do. And I said, if you scared, go to church, like your grandma used to say. If you're on that plane,
I ain't worried about that. I'm protected by the ancestors and the Most High.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm. I'm saying whatever. You know how back in the day they like you scared, go to church. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying go to your church. Go to where your beings is at. Don't be sitting there and playing with their beings because you're gonna get messed up. Sorry, Miss Sister Bethy.
That's all right, sis. But Moses, the talk or even the word of African American didn't come to play until December 20th, 1988. I was 4 years out of high school by then. Leaders say blacks want to be called African American. Well, what leader ever came to me and said, hey, do you want to be called African Americans? I damn sure didn't. See, they just go and represent you whether you like it or not.
And let me tell you,
it says here, a group of black leaders, including the Reverend Jesse Jackson, says members of their race would prefer to be called African Americans rather than blacks. Now, that's a damn lie.
I think only 5 people voted on that crap.
Moses, find out if your mother was a part of Jesse Jackson's organization and see if she said to him that she wanted him to go and represent and say she wanted to be called an African American.
Listen, I always got a completely different story when I was growing up. I knew from the beginning that some of the shit that everybody did in the streets did not apply to me, and that was one of them.
I know.
I would always say, like, I don't know. It's hard to explain it now that I know this, because what they were really trying to say was that we were Indian, but I don't even know how much. I mean, they knew, but it's programming.
Right. Yes, it is.
So damn right, Jesse Jackson, what, Cherokee Indian?
Blackfoot, right?
I thought he was Cherokee. I could be wrong, but
who? Jesse Jackson?
Jesse, I thought he was Cherokee.
Okay, but that shows you how some of our people, once they get in bed with the European, they ain't Cherokee no more.
Exactly, because Jesse Jackson is a Popeye Cherokee. But anyway, he goes on.
Okay, I thought so.
He goes on. But wait a minute. So is Noble Drew Ali, little short ass. But
yep.
Let's just read this. Just as we were called colored, but we're not that. And then Negro, but not that. To be called black is just as baseless, Jackson said at a news conference Monday after a meeting of the black leaders. Who the hell is these black leaders? To be called African American has cultural integrity. Well, first of all, what the fuck is African culture? Banging on bongos and running through the woods barefooted?
And which country in Africa? You just want to put us on?
But won't he talking about black and I'm proud in 69? Chant, I'm black and I'm proud, and they say his name is baseless. Are you serious? Are you serious right now? Wow. I remember seeing you with your arm fist pumping in the air. I'm black and I'm proud in front of a bunch of college kids. Now it's baseless in 88. Man, whatever. These people terrible.
Every time I read this, it just puts knots in my stomach because I could just choke his ass. Oh man,
but
I just can't.
Did you see? I refer to her lovingly, hatingly as his little sister, Lightfoot in Chicago.
Oh my goodness, she looked like a little. Oh my she looked like a bird, Tweety Bird.
But anybody,
if you look at Tweety Bird on Snoopy, they look just alike. They got the same hairstyle. She looked like the bird on Snoopy.
Sister Betty,
the whole thing with Jesse Jackson. You know what?
I'm black and I'm proud. That right there.
Dashiki and okay, these two African dudes is the ones that got the goddamn $55 billion check. The one in the middle, Joe Biden. Nah, nigga, you ain't fooling me. You ain't getting no 55 billion.
Look,
you ain't African.
He went from having an afro to now he got like waves, like he got that. His hair even turned white. It's like a white text. It's funny because he had an afro, but now his hair is like a whole different texture. But anyway,
I see that.
Yeah, Lightfoot. Did you see? Y'all gotta look it up. This white man got up and told her, "When are you gonna leave my state?" He was at some conference. He's like, "Get the hell out of my."
Yeah, they tired of her.
Like, the children
they are tired of her.
They tired of her.
She ain't done a damn gonna thing.
Sister Betsy, you could see she was furious, and she's like, she was sitting at her desk twirling her little pen. I know she wanted to take that pen and stab that white man.
Yeah, because them people are tired of her. They are tired. The people are tired of her. They said so.
He took when he got in. He wasn't supposed to get in because she took away his press pass, but he got in under some other thing and read that Popeye ass. He was fit to be tied, y'all. I was like, yes. Yeah,
her pride got hurt. Her pride is hurting right now.
It did, and that was a white man. And you know what? I stand by him. You know, I do.
I'm paying boo-boos. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
They going with that
like
African American hypothesis, and they don't understand that this is who you saying that your original ancestor is. Because this is what they're saying, that we evolved from monkeys and apes. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's Charles Darwin.
I'm not going
to put that bitch up there no more. You know we ain't come from that.
Yeah. But I'm saying, when you saying that this is what you're saying, who you originated from.
No. They got some dummies on the line. I'm quitting with that one. I quit.
Girl, I'm telling you, that Bible, those Bibles did a number on us, child.
They did.
It really severely divided us just the way it was supposed to. Lie, conquer, and steal. They got, all right, they got the Hebrew Israelites running around in New York thinking that they done crossed the waters, okay? Then we got the Muslims came in our community, and then the Christians, you seen the little black preacher. It's just too much.
That's how they did it. Divide and conquer.
That is how they did it.
And I hate to even say this, but they adding another element to the pot. And you notice when you see a dark one, you see this element in the same line with this element that's being pushed right now. I'm like, how you think that's the same struggle? That is not the same struggle. No. Every time there's a struggle, they want to say it's compared to this dark one struggle. And I'm believing, no, it is not compared. No, there's no comparison. I don't care what you tell me. You must got me mixed up with somewhere between that hole in the ground and your butt. Because I'm not going to ever believe that somebody is telling me I got to be a puppet, that I got to listen to all these demonic entities or whatever you want to call them. You can call them rubber band if you want to. I'm not listening to none of them.
And for
I didn't even listen to my own mom and dad
to come out and with that damn video talking about these are African, honey. No, he was an Indian, the little interpreter of the Seminole, black Seminole interpreter and war leader. He was not no goddamn African.
Well, you done a segment on that
now
too,
you're telling me
I remember that segment.
Now you're telling me an African, this nigga, I'm telling you, now you're telling me an African was able to interpret to the Europeans. I'm just done. That dude need to go. His video is trash.
It's the same thing
Seminole,
Europeans was doing, writing themselves in history. Now he want to write Africans in our history. The same, it's the same place.
This is the first African American president. Not
good bastard.
The 1755 one. No, them Indians. Right. This dude right here, his mama is your white European woman, and his daddy is Kenyan from Africa. So that's the first president. And they got that right. They do got that right.
The crazy thing
is,
is,
ones in 1755 was not part of this corporation, and they was Indians. They was originally chiefs of the territory that they was governing over. That's what they need to get right. They're going to stop this. And white people on the Dawes Rolls, this is just like, this is before even Walter Plecker. Right? Oh, I got Indian blood. Okay, I'm 164th Indian. That means you're related to one Negro. Because all the other red dots, that's 63 red dots. Everybody else is white. But because you're related to that one Negro, you are Indian. And I want to practice my culture. You ain't Indian. You're European. And that's it. Identity theft at its finest. Indian, literally, and I'm serious. Indian is a half blood. It's half Negro and half white. That's all an Indian in actual Indian. No, the United States gave it that name because it said, well, she's not all the way a Negro. She is part Irish because her mom's Irish and her dad's a Negro. So she's an Indian. We can't call her a full-blooded white person. We can't call her a full-blooded Indian because she does have our blood. So we'll call him an Indian or an Indian. So that's what they did. That's where you get Indian from. The full-blood Aboriginal is the Negro, the first person of this landmass.
Yes. Yeah. And that's why it's so important for them to I'm saying that they know that's where our sovereignty is, and that's why it's so important for them to reclassify us. They know that we would take precedence over the corporation. They were given 18 to 19, what do you call it? They were contracted. The federal government was contracted to provide about 18 to 19 services, and they've, I learned from the nationals, the state that they've now like tripled, quadrupled that. In other words, they're giving us things we didn't even ask them for. That we have the authority over the federal government, and we just need to take it. That's the only reason why they bang on us so bad. That we're the only threat to their authority. Oh, the Indians, only us. That's why it's so very important that we get reclassified, so we don't have that authority. But once we do, we have authority to send them packing, and they know this. And it's not a war. It's nothing like a war. See, these are not like war words. These are law words because the Constitution basically lined that out. They just redid the Constitution, So
I want you to expound on that. What do you mean send them packing? Because what does this look? If it goes by the way that you say, if it will go the way you say it goes, again, I'm very future, like we get it. Let's solve the problem. We are here to everybody's that pull up a seat at the table. What does this look like for you? So when you say you want them to send them packing, or what does that look like, and what does that really mean?
Well, it could mean one of two things. I'll be honest with you. If you're here, you are not the authority, no matter what capacity. A corporation does not rule over people. No, because you can't even interface with people. That's why they made us into those capital letter things, because they're not really a government. So if you're going to be here, we're running this show. You defer to us. Otherwise, the door is right over there. Go back to Britain and the Vatican or wherever you came from and take care of your business. That's what they don't want. See, this is the whole gist of why we've been reclassified.
I know.
And little by little, they're trying to get rid of us. As quiet as it's kept, as the ages go by, all they do is think about different ways. How can, they're always here. And there's always a threat that we will wake up and take this. That's what the threat is. But it is in other words, it's not something that we're doing that's wrong. This is our land. I can't go to Britain and sit down on a panel and start talking about, well, y'all need to get this shot that I'm giving you. Mr. Gates gave me this shot, and I'm making y'all all get it, or else you're going to get fired. What they going to tell me if I do that? So why are they doing?
And that was only here. That was only here. It wasn't nowhere else that they was threatening people to do their jobs either. That was only here in this country where that was the only country that if you didn't do that, you was going to lose your employment. It was no other country.
So right there, that tells you the power of the American Indian. They making us lose our job in America, the free country. Wink, 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 the free country.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that part. I want everybody to really understand that, like, because I'm asking these questions with knowing, like, some of the truth that I know. Not to say that what you don't know, but like you didn't have to take it. All you had to do was just stand on your truth.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
But ignorance and fear.
But
ignorance and fear,
which is why I'm trying.
They always controlled us with ignorance and fear.
Sure,
and it has always worked.
Exactly,
it has never not worked.
I know, but listen, it only works on people who don't know the truth.
But that's most.
Well, even
Am I correct?
I didn't know the whole truth, and I still didn't get it. I just knew I wasn't going
to. Most people don't know the truth,
right? So the
rest fell into place.
That's not who you're building with. We're not building with people who don't know the truth, because sister already left. The other one was saying how, like, and I've referenced this, a programmed mind is not going to understand what we're saying. It's a free spirit that's going to connect with this information. A free spirit is they're going to say, oh, take this shot and you get a Snickers bar. Someone's going to say, no, what? That don't even make any sense. Like, it doesn't make any sense, which is why when I say, like, what does it look like? Send them packing. We're literally on the verge of having this conversation with these people. I don't think we should come to the table with go packing.
Right.
What I'm trying to say is
that's not my thought either.
I mean, where I'm at is I think that they have tried to do something for a period of time. And if you look at what's going on in society, it didn't work because they cannot rule, because they cannot have the authority, because they don't even know what to do with it. Now, let me finish this, because I'm gonna land it in a second. And I referenced this before. When you look at what these gendered stuff that we're talking about, men being women and women being men, where this culture has gone in the last few decades, it doesn't make any sense to anybody. No one knows what's going on because they're in full, because this is what happens when they take control of it. But when, Sister Bethany, what you're talking about, like 1988, when this whole thing started, Jesse Jackson was somebody prominent in the community. So people were listening to him.
Well, yeah, in the community where he was at. I mean,
wherever that was, back in 1980, 1970,
there were. Oh, go ahead, honey.
I'm just saying we were in control of our people. So we weren't arguing about some of the stuff we're arguing about today. We were amongst our people doing our own thing, mind our business, either messing with the man or not messing with the man. We weren't. And I'm someone who grew up around white folk, but I've like I said, I've always kind of known the truth, and I've been able to be with my people, and I'm also able to be with them. I'll never tell a lie, but I'm not just going to go with the flow. So when I'm saying, okay, we need to figure out how we talk to our people, and we also need to figure out how we tell them, look, when you guys are in control, it doesn't work. So just relax a little bit. We're going to take it from here, and you're going to be better for it because we know what to do. We know how to work the land. This is our land. We know how to relax and have a good life. We don't really need to be slaving 9 to 6 to just make ends meet. Like, that's not how we were moving before these people got here. Mm-hmm. So I'm just trying to paint the picture of what does this look like as we get into our rightful seat. And we got to start having conversations with these other people who, some of them are brain dead. Some of them.
You said you was going to land your plane?
You're right. So I just want you to think about these different cultures that you're going to have a conversation with, knowing that they don't think like you, they don't look like you, and if you are in control and in the position of power, how do you work with that person who now is subservient to you?
Well, not to argue with you, I just want to say this: we can't half step, is what I'm saying. So what you're describing, it's like saying an invader comes into my home. I'm the head of the household. A stranger comes into my house, and you're telling me that I have to work with him to run my
join
house.
the panel, anybody, right?
That's what
Woody,
you're saying, my
Albert.
whether you know it or not. That's what you just explained. And I asked you, is that how you would run your house? Let me just ask you, is that how you would run your household? You need a ruler in your home? You sure you want that, bro?
I don't,
because that's what you're describing.
I am describing that.
Then why are you saying that we need to work what?
It's not about a need. It's about this land. This is what I know that the original people were saying. This land is big enough for you to be here. You can be
it's big enough. Yeah. But what I'm saying is,
my house is big enough.
Wait, bro. We get to decide how it gets shared. You hear
100%.
me? I'm not saying we send foreigners away. I'm saying we got to get rid of a de facto government that is a corporation, and we have to create a real corporation. Now, the people that are here, they're not our problem. These other races, they're not our problem. What we have is a top-down system that created a caste system where you are the lowest in that caste system, and they're inviting what Ukrainians can come here and get $45,000 each family member. If we ran the show, would we do that? But see,
hell no. People that are running, I tell you that
the people that are running our show, that's what they're about. Okay, so that's what I say. Send that shit packing. We can't allow that shit. Why
hell no. That's my damn money. That's my money they're giving away. I mean, look at the big picture, little bro. That's our money. Every damn thing to Africa,
that's right.
Egypt, that's our money. Where you think that money coming from?
All I'm saying,
who giving us billions of dollars a year?
On my throne, when I'm sitting on my throne and minding my land and I'm taking care of, then the foreigner we can work with that. But I'm not going to be on the street talking about give the Ukraine family $45,000. Are you kidding me?
Hell no. For what? When I need my I need to grow my grass in my yard first. No.
Thank you. Hello.
I'm with you on that. That's BS right there, brother. No, and hell no.
Hell no.
Them people ain't done a damn thing. Hey, look, no, I ain't trying to, dump on foreigners in this regard, but damn it, I'm there now. This is our country.
They get a
ain't a damn foreign country ever gave us a damn dime. Now you show me one foreign country that gave the Indians any damn thing but problem, and I'll wait. You show me that, and I'll go along with what you talking about, Armo. You show me that. Until then, hell no.
I think he misunderstood what I meant when I said send them packing, and I hope that's what I'm.
Listen, we are at the table together, and I appreciate y'all even giving me an ear. Like we're having a conversation, and I'm saying I'm connected with some of the stuff that you're saying. The only thing I want to just be able to push the conversation forward and say, look, I really do have these conversations with these people of this is why I don't go along with the system, because I understand the difference between what this system is doing and where it's going and what I'm doing and where I'm going. And so I'm trying to, almost take some notes from you as say, okay, if you were to have that conversation with this person, how do you tell them? You don't say get to packing. So it's not that
we have to be.
I'm not taking you literally, but I'm also just trying to say, all right, what do you? I can read. I know what you mean, but I also want you
to would say that to them literally. Okay, I didn't mean that literally.
Well, what if
it would be? I think what he's looking for is, I at some point it's okay to be professional, and speak.
Oh, definitely. I said, can you leave, please? Yes.
Yeah.
Please get the fuck out of here.
Like if we were going to perhaps have our own governor like we had before.
It's not if we're doing it, right? Isn't that right? What you're saying?
Well, yes. When we have our own government, how will we govern our people? Well, the first thing we have to enforce and institute education about our true history. I really believe that this government, current and past, owes us as a people an apology in reference to our history and many identities. I think an apology, a public apology to our people, because right now our people are running across this landmass thinking that they are a bunch of people who they're not. They've been lied to. We've been had. We've been bamboozled. And the education system, the United States education system, owes us an apology for continuously teaching lies, continuously not acknowledging us for who we are, because of the fact we come up with this information and we have our proof. And it's very disrespectful for a government that grew off of us to not acknowledge and let us be who we are. For this government to allow a man to come in and change his sex and be something who he was never from birth. And the same thing with a woman. You can change your sex and be somebody else that you know. Yes, you have the right to self-identify, but why can't we be our truth? Our history is not a lie here. Our identity is not a lie here. We are the first people here, and why can't we be respected as that?
And Sister Betty, that's what. Sister Betty, that's all I hear you, Sister Betty. I love, thank you. And that's what I'm trying to say to C. Moses. I'm not, I think we're getting to an agreement. The reason why they won't let us be that is because they don't want to share that authority. You see how that works, C. Moses? In other words, if they were interested in sharing authority, they would not have reclassified us. Do you follow? They put us
Reconstruction era.
They put
when
us
was that?
at the
When
bottom,
was the Reconstruction era?
the exact bottom of all of this. They're not interested in sharing power. So I'm saying we have to have that same fire. If you don't want it my way, then there's the highway, because that's exactly what you did to me. Now, we can nice it up and do it in a professional manner, but that is still going to be the message clear. You have reclassified me, so I have zero power on my land. Nothing. See, Moses, they're not trying to share with you, bro.
They don't have a choice. So this is mine. What do you mean?
No, not by law. Not on the maritime law, they don't, and they not.
No, once they made you black, there is very little legal authority you have. None. Wait, let me correct myself. There is absolutely none. Why do you think the cops get to play target practice on our brothers? Why? They know the damn law, bro.
What that word mean on the law? Black and African American. Read what that word mean in law. They know you're not. They don't look at you like you're on your level.
They never showed us that they were interested in sharing power. That's why I'm saying that's what I mean when I say no. Go packing. That's a nice way of saying it, I thought. That's a nice way. I'm being nice.
Say, get the out of here. You could have said that, but I'm with you. I'm with you. I feel your energy, brother. I mean, look, this stuff is crazy. I mean, because if it was gonna be like that, why you even have the Reconstruction era? Why you reconstruct the Constitution in 1871?
Okay. Why? Everything to disempower us, so we have no say, zero say.
But we're having theoretical conversations with, like, are you asking me these questions and do you want to know my thoughts on it, or are you saying this to that?
You can jump in whenever you feel like.
Well, the way that I'm saying that is because, like, if we are having these conversations, I could have an opinion on why they did some of the things that they did way back then. But the people that we're having conversations with, they didn't do it. So, and that's what they always say is like, one, not only did they not do it, they don't even know.
But they're applying it. But they're still applying it. Hold on, bro.
One at a time.
It's corporation. They know what's going on. This is a bloodline.
One person at a time.
This is bloodline.
Yeah.
Okay. They know what's going on.
But is it true or not true that a corporation is like, the corporation isn't even a real thing? Like the government. Well, one, let's be real and say it's a de facto corporation. It's not.
And that's not a problem. And that's not a problem. Okay. So I'm just saying.
No, see, but let's literally have the conversation. Like, I'm being for real when I say it's not real. It's a fake government. It's fake. The shit they do is fake.
Just like the money. But we make it real because we believe in it. Why? Because we vote. We go to the schools.
Yeah.
The people, the majority of people go to work.
Okay,
so that you believe people. If you go to work, if you go on to work, you believe in a corporation. You use money, you believe in a corporation.
All right.
Okay, to some retrospect, you abide by the law. You agree with the corporation.
Brother, furthermore, Theodore, and when they make you black, you don't have the authority to create anything. Anything. Wait a minute. You don't have the authority to come up and create your own. So you're being given basically a choice. But what is the choice? You follow us because as a black man, you don't have any. There's nothing. What else you gonna do? Go to jail? Get shot by a cop? Brother, that's the system we're in. When you don't have legal protection, when you're outside of the law, when you're outside of the law, you have nothing. You're a target practice.
And that's it. There you go. And that's what's going on right now. We are outside the law.
Yes.
There is no law to govern us, to protect us. To govern us, yes, but not to protect us.
That's right. That's right. There's no,
and that's a problem.
No judge has to recognize a quote unquote colored man.
Look at the law. Look at the law. Look at the law. What black means in law, and look at what the law means in African American. Look it up, brother. You gonna see
We've
it.
been cornered.
It's plain as
We've
day.
been cornered, C. Moses.
They're telling you what you are. What they look at you as in law.
Yes.
I don't.
It looks like we have a choice. It looks like we have a choice. It looks like we have a choice. But that's what they're very good at, making things look. It also looks like America's a free country. Everybody thinks it is. It's a good look. I'll say that.
Theodore, are you free?
Oh Lord.
No, never have been. I never have been. I'm free in mind.
Thank you. Sir. Thank you.
In spirit. But as far as me as the individual, hell no, I'm not free. Who will walk around here looking like me thinking you're free? You don't know. You got to be disillusioned. You got to be delusional.
Yes, I don't even have a nationality. You know, as a black, how am I? What am I? I'm nothing. I'm not entitled to freedom.
I can't go to the government and tell them I identify myself as who I am. I'm Cherokee Indian. Where prove
you can't go there.
That's not true.
Thank you, brother.
I'm saying, like,
that's not true. Who did you go to? Who did you go to say to correct your race identity?
They said go to the Doors rolls. He said.
Are you talking to me?
Right. That we have to go through all the red tape. Now, most people, why can't I just go sign a form and say that I'm this?
Okay, let me ask you this. You walked into a federal agency to get your identity corrected. What did you do where you were informed that you had to show that you're part of one of the federally recognized tribes? Where did you go? Where did you go?
By the statistics building. By the statistics.
The vital statistics building is state government. Now you also have to remember what it is. See, this is where I tell people that the part where we have to show them and teach them to understand. When you went into vital statistics, you went into a corporation. Okay. Vital statistics sits inside of a corporation because it's a specific town that you were born in. That town was purchased by someone, and it's now a corporation overseeing vital records for those that were born in that particular town. It's now a corporation. It was sold and taken over. It's a corporation now, so you don't have to go there. That's not a federal agency you went into. That's a state agency. It's actually even down lower. It's down to a municipality. It's a jurisdiction where you were born. Do you understand?
Okay, now I understand it correctly. So let's just say somebody is gay.
You gotta let me finish speaking. Theodore, you have to let me finish speaking.
Okay, go ahead.
You being an Aboriginal, you can deal directly with the federal government because that's who Indians deal with on an individual and as a group. You deal directly with the federal government. Why do you think Connecticut only recognizes 3 fucking tribes? Because they don't have to. They're corporations now. They're not Indian territories anymore. So you being the individual, you deal directly with the federal government.
And in the world where we were running,
and that's what I'm doing. And that's what I'm doing now.
Okay.
And if we were running our shit,
that's what I'm doing now.
Go to the federal government.
See, that's what I'm saying. Now, see, people who want to identify themselves as a guy or a girl, they can go anywhere they want to go through to do that. They got more freedom to identify themselves.
State law and policies.
Oh, okay. Got you.
Okay.
Got you. I'm with you now. I got you,
man. By
specific
and accepted by specific corporations.
But
okay.
See, this is that's the funny thing. Like in something where we were running our shit, we wouldn't go through all these changes. We don't have to go to this section of the law. The law of the land would be, we are the Indians, point blank period. We don't need you to state, federal, whatever. That's it all across
we
the
had
board.
our own shit. And 1755, you wouldn't have gone to that particular town because you had your own black governor. Now you're in the corporation going to their shit. And this is the big era that our ancestors made.
Got you. Got you. Okay. Now understand today.
So what Moses is doing is trying to collect information to try with the way he knows how to correct some errors. So it's okay to respond in a manner because he's not coming up here at your throat. He's just coming up to collect information. And I know we're upset because the more we talk about it, it upsets us. But by us being by us getting so upset when someone comes and asks us information, we got to start knowing how to put our inner feelings aside for a moment because this is just a brother coming to ask some questions and respond in a professional manner. He didn't expect to be yelled at when he came on a panel. So we could let's be cool with each other. Let's show each other. We could at least show each other some respect and the way we respond. That's all I'm asking. So go ahead, y'all. Y'all got it.
No, I appreciate it, but I'll also
I'm
say,
eating in the background.
Hey, what's good? What's good, Sister Betty? Peace to the pen and all that good stuff. I like this conversation.
Hi. Hang on 1 second, Zab. Does anybody else want to say something before we move on to our next person, Moses, Uru, before we move to
I don't really, if he felt like I was yelling at him, that's not what I was trying to do. I wanted to, I was kind of just trying to express what I was trying to express. So sorry if you felt like you were yelled at. I mean, sorry about that.
No, I mean, look, I think that's what having a woman in the community in the room does is being able to sort through those things. You don't have to apologize. I don't like the word sorry, but like, if you were I definitely felt like y'all felt attacked, even though I wasn't trying to attack you. And then you were trying to come at me, which I have two things. I'm either going to match your energy, which I would have done in a way where we aren't at war with one another. And that's what so I'm just kind of echoing what she was saying. I am here. I'm just trying to get information. I'm also trying to show the dialogue that we have amongst our people. I don't know who's listening, right? But what I think when I come on these panels and talk with people is you might have the people that you are about to have these conversations with, they might be watching. So you don't know. So I'm just trying to be mindful. I'm not trying to be mindful. I'm mindful of that. You never know who's listening. And so I just carry myself in a way where, look, if you keep it between me and you, we can have a conversation between me and you, and your energy raise, I'm gonna match you. We can go back and forth, or we can try to figure out, all right, look, we want what's best for the land. I know, and I think you guys would agree, from secret societies, all this stuff, our leaders ain't shit. We need some new voices, new energy.
Right.
It's a new day. So like, I'm just a part of it. I know that I'm a part of that. So I'm just kind of like,
I actually have the complete opposite perspective of you, brother. That's why I came up here, because I want to debate you on that.
We're not up here to debate. We're up here to talk.
Discuss. My bad. I just used the word debate.
I wanted to be respectful because we don't have to always be niggas. We could speak so that the audience can understand us.
A debate is just a discussion with two people who may have different opinions, so they talk about it. They don't always have to go into disrespect and emotionalism. I agree with that.
All right, so what did you disagree with me on? If you're coming up, just let me know where you were like, all right, I disagree with this fella. Where?
We need the whole notion of the young voices and the young politicians. Personally, I think the only people that should be allowed to rule are the elderly or the elders. I think the elders are the only ones that should rule. And any functioning society that's prominent, that's moving and grooving and making it happen, They only allow the elders to rule because the elders got a lot of wisdom that young people may not necessarily have. They've been around because they've been young, so they know.
They got that Christianity in them, though, man.
I actually disagree with you.
Me too. They got that Christian in them, man. That Bible.
I totally
can't let that Bible go.
And I'm probably your senior or old enough to be your mom. I disagree. I think that we should instill in our young men to be men and to be leaders. And I think the age that he might be would be a great, because you grow into power. And ain't nothing wrong with starting young. So no, I have to disagree.
You could be a leader in your house, in your community, but would you make them the president? Would you make them the governor of a whole nation?
I would. If Moses was running,
our current president is 78 years old.
I would definitely vote for him. Yep, I would.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I don't have a problem. I'd rather for them to be leaders and power and making decisions than to be on the block killing each other. This is
they could be leaders, but I'm talking about in the government.
This is why I'm going.
I mean, look, you got elders in the government, and what have they done?
This is why I'm going back to the community to tell the young thugs on the block, yo, this is your land, so they could transition into powerful leaders. That's what it's all about to me. Hey, hello. Wait a minute. You're turning your weapons on the wrong people. You need to be leading. Do you know this is your land and you're destroying it? So let's transition you back into the power you used to be in. That kind of stuff. That's what I'm into.
But you're able to say that because you're an elder and you got the wisdom. So you could go to them and tell them these things.
Exactly.
It'd be but
why
if
are you saying you came up here and say they shouldn't be in charge?
Just get the last.
Maybe it's because you're scared of them. I think you're scared of them. Are you scared of them? Because if you are, I want you to be. I want everybody to be scared of my young leaders.
If what you're saying is it'd be better the other way around. The young people coming to you and giving you advice.
Oh yeah. You don't. I'll prove it right now to you. Hang on. I'm sitting here enjoying my food, but hold on. I'm gonna tell you something.
It's just like a president.
Tell you about something about young people in a minute. Hold up. Give me a minute.
It's just like the president. The president is not the smartest person in the room. He's smart enough to bring people around him to help him govern.
You said don't go to young people. Let me tell you something.
No, I'm saying don't let young people rule. You could go to young people, but don't put them in positions of running whole societies.
I would definitely.
Recipe for disaster.
I disagree.
Because they don't got the life experience.
Well, I disagree with you, and I'm going to tell you why. Because people like Dane, people like Chief Holiday, people like Ab Power, that's how I learned my shit. That's how I built my platform, teaching my history in the way I know how and how I was trained to research and look for information. And it was those little young guys. And let's keep in mind, Ab TV barely just got in his 30s. Ab Power, barely in his mid 30s, barely. So they're very young and they're very powerful, and I respect them. So that's how I got started. I was not teaching what I'm on YouTube teaching right now. I wasn't teaching this 5 years ago. I was a student in their audience. And guess what? Minus 5 years off of how old they are now. If you take 5 years off of somebody like Ab Power, Ab TV, you putting somebody, they're 25. When I came in YouTube, 5 years ago, I was not on YouTube teaching. I was their student in their audience. So yeah, I got a whole lot of respect for my young men. That's the problem. Society needs to stop thinking that our young men ain't no powerful lecturers. You got Chief Holiday, you got A1, you got Nonetheless, you got all these powerful teachers. You got Dane, you got sisters that's powerful that teach. You got Empress Holbert, you got Phoenix Moon, all these young, powerful lecturers. So I disagree with you.
What you're saying is they're good teachers and good lecturers, which I agree with. I'm not saying that young people can't be good lecturers and teachers.
Leaders too.
I'm saying when running a whole country or a nation, you should have a lot of experience on your hand. You got to be at least 35.
Very qualified.
Personally, you can't be like 18 and 20 and 25 because you ain't living enough.
Listen, I think all of them are qualified.
Teaching is different than ruling a nation.
Here's the guys of this land. Here's the guys of this land. See, you're a Jamaican man, so shit looks different to you. Very different.
I'm not a Jamaican man. I've never been to Jamaica.
There's somebody with an accent. You got an accent, and it's not from North America.
No, it's because I live in New York.
I don't care where you live, bro. You got an accent, and it's not from North America. When you New York, deeply rooted, you got a Shinnecock accent. When you from New Jersey, you got a Shinnecock accent. You ever hear A1 talk? That's some Shinnecock shit.
My dude.
Hey, peace.
There's a difference.
Sister Betty.
So you have an accent, and the way you see my people on North American landmass is totally different. I think my young brothers and sisters are some badasses, and I think they would make excellent leaders.
Facts. And the ones that's all listening on the platform.
And it's happening. That's the thing. It's happening.
And this young man right here, I bet you he's not over 35. If you are, you look damn good. How old are you, Moses?
35.
Yeah. Turn your camera on. This is a very intelligent young brother. If he was running for president, just from his conversation and his vibe on my panel, I vote for him over Obama any day.
Facts.
And the thing that I'm where I'm at, because like you called out this Zab and said he's Jamaican or he's not from here. And to that point, before I attack what you're saying, I would because I'm not saying you're wrong. I could already pick up that there's a reason. Like, why would you say something like that? Why would you say a young person should not be in a leadership position? That would be a reason if you're not from this land, because a lot of the way that tribal people or people that
you got to stop with this. I'm not from the land.
Hold on, don't talk over me. Don't talk over me. Hold on, let me finish this real quick. You can't
let me just address that,
not
you
to be a
approaching
leader.
it from the I'm a Jamaican standpoint, which would be incorrect.
And I didn't. And I said that was
You want to see my passport? You want to see my?
That part doesn't matter.
I'm not this Jamaican shit. That don't got nothing. That's a lie, brother.
What is your nationality?
American.
Where do you come from in America?
I live in Queens. If you know about Queens, there's a lot of Caribbean people in Queens.
I live 30 minutes from Queens. Wait. What I'm asking you, okay, yes, what part of the Americas are you from, deeply rooted from, through your bloodline? Are you from Jamaica? Are you from the British Virgin Islands? Where are you from?
So, you're asking about my parents?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you got a passport.
My dad is New York and my mother is Jamaican.
All right, there it is. How dare you denounce?
But I was born
Jamaican
in Rosedale, Queens.
All right. I'm going to say this again. How dare you denounce your Jamaican roots? Your mama's Jamaican.
And she picked up on that.
Okay. Formally.
No. We had discussions before.
Okay. Formally, again.
But let me ask you a question, though. What are the laws of the land?
Wait. Different panel here. The shit you do on Chief Holiday and all them channels, it's not done on Sister Betty channel. I'm going to go back. Your mother's Jamaican. They're from the Americas, but they were originally here first, a lot of them. And they left out of here with the British. I'm going to say that again.
Yeah, they Arawak.
Correct. So when you came, you just lied on my panel for no reason. You didn't even have to lie. Jamaicans are from the Americas.
No, I go by the paternal lie. That's what really matters.
Okay. You can go by what you want, but you didn't have to lie because you have an accent like your mama.
that is not a lie
That's all I'm
because
saying.
legally I'm American, and that's all that really matters. The laws of the land.
Like I'm telling you, you said your mama was Jamaican. You lied.
Yeah, but my mother is also
you know
an
what I
American
mean?
citizen now.
You
So
know what? You
legally, I'm
lied.
American.
No, I never said that you wasn't American. I said
So you
Jamaicans
did.
are from
When
the.
you said I'm Jamaican,
I
you
said
said I'm not
Jamaicans are from the Americas. They are from the Americas. I said
American.
that.
Legally,
Okay,
and
but you lied.
legally, if I wanted to, I could run for president.
Yeah, well, you know what? Go ahead and run. Yeah, because if you're born here, you had to be born here, correct?
Right.
And we're not
So I'm
even
a US
talking about.
citizen.
We're
I
not
belong
talking
to
about that
America.
right now. We're
You're
talking about
missing
your
the point.
ass lying
He's
on the
missing the
panel.
point.
But I'm gonna
I'm
mute
not
you for a
lying
minute.
because I'm not Jamaican.
All right, well,
I
whatever.
couldn't go.
Okay,
I couldn't
that's
go.
fine. That's
move with
fine.
Jamaican.
Yo, this is my show. I'm done with your mouth for a minute. All right, Moses, go ahead, sweetheart.
No, I mean it's very interesting because we're having a conversation, and what you're not picking up, Zab, and I don't know you from a can of paint, but like she picked up that you were Jamaican, and she's right, and you denounced it.
He didn't pick it up. We had a discussion before.
All right,
It's not the first time we got into this.
I never knew who you were.
But all right, but listen, my point is, and I think it's about how you were raised. It's about the stories that you will pick up from your family. It's about your blood. It's about where is home, what feels like home. And I'm not saying, and you might say America, but people with your same upbringing, they would say Jamaica. And there's nothing wrong with
What's my upbringing then, since you
There's
know?
nothing wrong with that. But there's something that you gotta just understand. Other people, like, read the room.
All right, so what about my upbringing?
The
That
way that you keep cutting me off just shows that like you're not receptive and you're not trying to understand what I'm saying. You're just trying to make your point, which is fine.
If I have
because
to mute your mic one more time, I'm throwing you off my panel, bro.
And that's between you and her, because I don't really care. If you want to talk over me and cut me off, that's fine. It's not that big of a deal because you're gonna be who you are. But what I've been trying to do is have conversations and build with people who know the truth and who are headed in the right direction. For you to come up here and say you want to debate me and say young people shouldn't be in leadership positions, it's like weird. Why? You didn't even share why you don't think that is or that's a good idea. But where I was gonna say it's a very natural thing. Like it's natural for leaders, and if you want to go back to the way that chiefs and like a chief, a leader, a captain, it's a natural thing that just happens. The energy gravitates. People listen to. They like your style. They like the way you talk. You're intelligent. If you are a leader, everybody wins. Everybody wins. If you're not a leader and you put yourself in a leadership position, everybody loses because you're being led by it's the blind leading you. So for you to just say, oh, young people shouldn't lead for the sake of being young, we're gonna miss out on some of our strongest, smartest, the people that we need to be listening to based on that. But as everybody's kind of already seen, you should probably listen more than share your profound ideas about leadership. But I'm interested to hear some of the other people too.
Queen Mother.
Hey, Ali Boomar, I want to let Right Woody go, sweetheart, and then I'm sorry.
I'm
Chris
just
Square.
go ahead, Goddess. I'm gonna move. Let Alabama get at it, man.
All
I'm
right,
gonna sit back and enjoy this one.
I'm gonna let
Micah,
Chris
you
go.
got it, Micah.
I'm gonna let him go get him, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Chris go.
And what's up, everybody? Let me say something real quick, and I'm gonna jump off. I think we need to focus more on qualities that we need for survival, like learning how to measure your words.
We are doing that, big brother. We are doing that very well, brother. We just gotta look at the other brothers are putting together, man. That's
No, I'm talking.
Once we go
I'm talking
on the platform.
Bruh, you missing my point. So just sit back. See, this is part of it. So when I say measured word, that's where accountability lies. So if I'm saying we're gonna do X, Y, Z element of P, this all dealing with how you design and plan movement. If you're playing football, you gotta play that's designed to pick up 5-10 yards, right? That's it by design. So your words have to be measured. if you're really going to be leading anything. Otherwise, you just talk. So I want to interject that into the conversation, and I'm gonna step back for a minute.
Lead who?
You got it, Ali Buma. I mean Ali Bamu, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Chief Morning Thunder. I'm not sure which direction the conversation is going, but let me say that that young man is absolutely correct. The predicament for us, whether we accept calling ourselves Aboriginal, American Indian, or whatever, we've been called out of our name for centuries. And we've allowed and tolerated, unfortunately, as a good-natured people, other opinions and other people bringing their agenda to the table. And unfortunately, I think you know where I stand on that, Queen Mother. They shit must be checked at the door. You know, these are people coming into your house. You're my big mama. If I sit here and I watch people come in your house, kick their feet up on your coffee table, go in and raise your refrigerator, and I don't do something about it, that's my manhood under scrutiny. You feel what I'm saying? I'm saying metaphorically, okay? And so we can't conduct family business when we're allowing outsiders to be disruptive. You feel what I'm saying? So I would never tell you, Ab Power, Ab TV, Chief, handle your format, your platform, or your program. But I'm saying as a community, to get on the same page on this if we want to have progress. You feel what I'm saying?
I do, and you sound a little muffled too. You must be driving. You sound a little muffled.
I am. I'll try to speak as loud as I can because there's a lot of road noise on the highway. But I wanted to express that first in responding to the context of the issue of leadership. Now, many people have been told when monarchies, you know about the baby Bhagavitas and the mystery monks, etc. They have followed literally children, did they not?
Yes, that's true.
And what do people give the impression of Christianity? What do they hit you over the head with every December to raid your purse and your wallet? The baby Jesus. So I believe the scripture says that, and the children shall lead. Does it not say that?
It does, and out of the mouth
Now,
of babes.
let's talk about the Aboriginals for a moment. You know what the average ignorant person, whether they're from here or even from the islands, do you know what the average age of the people who were imprisoned while Martin Luther King may have been in jail 300 plus times? Do you know what the average age of those people arrested were?
I think between 16 and 18.
I'm sorry, how old?
I think between 16 and 18, right?
And the children shall what? So, I mean, I'm just kind of sick and tired of people shutting their mouths and not looking at the facts of the matter. Do you understand what I'm saying, Queen Mother?
Yes, I do.
I love it.
But that's what happens when you're culturally raised by a woman. I mean, I understand giving the woman power. I do. But a lot of West Indians raise a lot of West Indian boys worship their moms, and I get that. We worship our big mamas too, but we don't. Now the
dismissive nature of patriarchy. Okay, this is extremely corrosive and toxic and must be analyzed. The Pope, the Vatican, Catholicism, and the priesthood.
Facts.
Which is the celibate pedophile degenerates.
Right.
Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That cannot be dismissed.
Facts.
Nor can it be removed from the fact that, and I know Chief likes to say that the papal bulls do not exist and dumb diverses is not a thing. Okay, fine. Regardless of that, I would make the same comparison to the Willie Lynch letter. Does it really matter whether the letter exists or not if the content of the letter is the behavior of niggas?
Thanks.
Huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You're right.
Yes.
How is that important? Where it came from, who wrote it, was wrote or not? what's more problematic, the behavior itself or whether or not the document existed?
The behavior.
If I could only
the behavior.
Go ahead,
now,
Moses.
I'm going to land my plan on this because Dumb Diverses very simply said, convert or die. You must deal with the Saracen, the pagan, the infidel, and the unbeliever. Now, that would be the Jews, which is Sephardic. Some want to bring up the philosopher now, but it's very interesting. They seem to come out of nowhere and talking about the tribe of Dan and Ethiopia in the 20th century. The Saracen was specific to the Muslim. So you know that's the Moors, etc. And Catholicism, there was no Protestant existence. So there was only one ethos of what was Christianity, and it was imposed through monarchy. No one sat on a throne. No one got a crown on their head if they were not authorized by the vicar of God on earth. Now, I might be in error, but unfortunately, I was put in that shit at 5. Okay, so now other people might want to correct what I'm saying. Yes. But that patriarchy is the shit that we're having to deal with, and the toxicity is pretty much evident. And I yield.
You are absolutely right. Go ahead, right, Woody.
You gonna only hear my dice rolling. Thank you, Alabama. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you, Sister Betty. I appreciate the guys and guys. I'm out.
Okay. And Moses, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, when he was saying, why does it matter, or what does it matter if it was who was written by? My what came to mind was, well, what happened first? Was it written first, or were they acting that way first? Because if a group of people was acting a certain way and then it was written, somebody observed, they wrote what they observed. But if someone wrote something and then people mimicked the writing, that seems like a part of an agenda, which has taken place. I'm not sure exactly what you were referring to, but those are some of the details do matter. And I think if you think about it in a certain way, that's how we can undo some of this image and some of this, like, whatever goes along with that image that is just not who we truly are. It's not portraying what we look like. It's not portraying how we think. It's not portraying how we move. It's like someone else wrote this script and then they forced people to go along with it. So, I mean, that was one thing that I was curious to know, if what happened first.
Well, Moses, that's kind of a chicken or an egg scenario you're describing, but you can research this actual planter. And ironically, he came from the islands. And do you know what they said about the islands in the so-called mythological slave trade? Do you know what they referred to as the island chains as?
I don't.
The slave breaking process. So who got nigger shit more than anyone, on the island or on the mainland?
On the mainland, baby. You better believe it.
No. You missed what I just said.
Oh.
They broke the slaves on the islands to make them the compliant slave on the plantations on the mainland. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Okay.
So one of those slave breaking masters, Willie Lynch, is who was purchased his wisdom, like we got with these people who go on the lecture series, etc. He was hired by the mainland plantations owner and saying, God damn it, how do I control these wild Indians? Now do you see what I'm saying, Moses?
Yeah, but okay, so who is this mainland plantation owner?
No, what I'm saying to you is that you can research the origins of the person, whether his name was actually Willie Lynch or not.
Okay.
I'm saying to you, he was a planter in the island chain and was brought by some of the powerful slave plantation owning powers that be to try to figure out how to create a perfect slave. That's the point of the content of the letter. You feel me?
He was an agent. In other words, if you want to make a real long story short, he was an agent. He was a sellout. Just like these pan boo-boos. What they're doing, they're really Willie Lynches because they're keeping the bullshit lie going.
That I can agree with. And I don't know if this is going to change the course of direction of the conversation into another area, but the whole slave thing just never has, it doesn't make sense in my mind. And I could try to sit here and make sense of it, but it just doesn't, because in my lineage, my great-grandfather had 100 acres of land, and he had people working for him that were both white and black.
Correct. That's all through the South and the North.
So whenever we say something having to do with slavery, and
you're really talking about employment.
But I think most people think that it's just like, I think if you bring up slavery, you're going to automatically think that I disagree with that as a form of life. And I don't anymore. I think if you have the right person who is in control of the land, I don't even know if they thought of them, like you said, it was employment. I was gonna say, I don't even know if they thought of them as slaves, but
because that wasn't the choice word used back then.
Right.
It still exists today. If you work, a plantation owner is really what turns out to be now a corporation, but a plantation owner is really the master. Okay. And if you look up master, it tells you these different titles. A master could be a supervisor. It could be a CEO. It could be a manager, a director, all those things.
Right.
And slave is, they changed it. Today it's called employee. Okay. You're an employee. Right. It's the same thing. And you are working for a salary. Back then they worked on the land, and the plantation owner housed them, they fed them, they did everything of the basic, life needs, provided the basic life needs, especially if they live on a plantation.
Don't forget the issue of barter seems to be overlooked
in
the kind of economy existed then. Can I respond to him with one specific thing on why people are always complex with this slave discussion?
Yes, just as soon as I respond to this arrogant brother, ZTS. So I guess Jamaica isn't North America. Actually, no, it's not. It's South America. So go ahead. Please look at a map. Go ahead, Ali Bamu.
When you look up, is that Moses again that was saying that? There is the study of slavery and the history of humankind. And the irony of ironies, now this is them talking about themselves and this thing that's referred to as the peculiar institution. In other words, thing that has been described or defined as American chattel slavery has never happened before in the events and interactions of the human race in existence, even including current slavery that is going on today. And here's the specific reason why, Moses. Everything that she just told you is absolutely correct. And we've had the supposed difference of a phrase called indentured servitude. But contract behavior and having a term of service goes back to ancient antiquity of interacting in warfare or whatever. But people were never in bondage for perpetuity. You understand? Secondly, there was the belief that a person to be born a slave from the Aboriginal womb of women like Queen Mother. Okay? Those two things are toxic, evil, and indisputable. I am not arguing whether chattel slavery existed or not. I am talking about the people who are supposed academics and scholars who have studied the interactions of human beings. They have said the institution implemented in this criminal enterprise, the United Snakes of America, is a peculiar institution when you analyze it in comparison to the existence of slavery. And I yield.
Well, so you had asked where it took place, and immediately I thought the South. So where were you going to take it from there? Because it happened in the South, which, again, I'm like new into coming into the truth of it, but I had always felt that how could you have, if what we think of, and it doesn't even come off my tongue the same way, but if all the black people were in the South, we had to outnumber them.
Well, Moses, you're repeating again somewhat of a false perception. We were all over our land mass. We were not exclusive to the South. Now, if you want to think about how the slave institution that we have been taught evolved, you have to go back to the Pope. You have to go to Spain and Portugal and some things that were done in South and Central America. You feel me?
What you also have to understand, you're leaving out one of the most important points that Empress Hobart raised, which I left out as well. Now, the master of the house could have been your dad, and your mom was the wife.
Wow.
And the kids are the slaves. That is very true. The slave, if you look at the census sheet, and there's a master of the house, it could be your mom or dad. And the children worked the farmland.
Right.
So, and they were considered servants.
That was the South way. That was their lifestyle. That was how the South was ran. And that was in the Confederate States. So that was the big whole fight. When you're talking about runaway slaves, oftentimes it was the children running away from their mom and dad to get off the land.
Now, Betsy, since you said that, let me tell you an anecdotal story of Ben Franklin. Did you know that he was an apprentice of his brother, his blood sibling, and did exactly what you just described?
Correct.
But would that be described as indentured servitude?
It depends. Remember, Europeans came here as indentured servants, but that was a contract as well. Indentured servant is a contract.
The point I'm saying is the way it was implemented is exactly the way you just said, but in their family structure, they use the word apprentice.
Oh yeah, yep. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
So I think it's important for us to really embrace that slavery story, because it really is taking our power back. Like the master and the head of the house being the master in the master bedroom, like that's a amazing picture that's painted, because we're still using it today. And it's like this system and this land and everything in between is like just who we are. Like we built it. So like we should really embrace that and move and lean into the slavery story. The only thing that I would want to separate is we don't treat humans poorly. So whenever that's where I think the programming has gotten so embedded, is we associate slavery with treating humans poorly. But if you think of it as like working the land and cooking good food, and you could have a whole nother picture painted in your mind of how it was and where it needs to go from here.
Okay. I want to show you a story just so you could see, because remember I told you it's always good to actually show the visual. So let me take you to the visual, sweetheart. I want to show you just what I meant when I said, oops, I didn't share the screen yet. Of the slave master being the master of the house, and he has a wife and he has children. Hang on. Here's a prime example. It's only because this is one of many that I've done. You see here where it says Henry C. Boyd. He was a slave owner. He's a slave owner. See that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then here's his wife, Alice. She's his slave. And if you actually look on the census sheet, let me pull it up. Let's see if we have one in his profile. Actually, maybe it's in the wife's. Wait a minute. Let me pull it back up. Let me go back there. Give me a minute to pull up the census sheet that actually shows. Let's see if it's in her profile.
Queen Mother, while you're pulling that up, I understand what he said. I'm not quite sure what he meant about embracing the slave narrative. Because, again, our family is our family. If we describe what our family was, how we owned land, how it's an inheritance and should be handed down, slave or slavery should not really enter the discussion. The slave notion is toxic and problematic for us as a people because it's continuously being tagged to us exclusively based on skin pigmentation. And that fraud has to end. Now, I know he's a young man. He might approach it differently with his children and his children's children. But I would suggest let's us be more effective about understanding and embracing what is family. Slaves don't have anything to do with it. That's my thoughts, but I yield.
So I'll only respond while she's bringing that up. But what I meant embracing it is in the same way that they use the N-word to try to emotionally get people riled up. And then all of a sudden we embrace the N-word and now we use it as a term, I wouldn't say of endearment, but we just use it.
And there's nothing endearing about it, Moses, because now it's $1 billion global industry. And the Aborigine doesn't own, control none of it. But let a white man roll up you and say that, and I think you want to pull some blood. I think it's still as toxic as its original intent. And if it comes out of the wrong person's mouth with the intent that the word was initially created, which was to turn a person into property, I bet you ready to go to blows. I know I would be.
So, but that's what I'm trying to say is I separate the emotional side of it from what's at hand. So I can't tell you, yeah, I would or would not. I would have to be there and to know what this person is trying to do. If I could see that his intention is to call me out of my, like, I can't 100% say what I would do. All I can say is that word itself does not draw the emotion that I don't, if I were to read in a book, oh, so-and-so called, there was a fight because they called him this. And it just seems like it's such a triggering word to get that person to do that. So that's where I say lean into the slave story. It's like, yeah, that is how people in the South.
But again, Moses.
But not only that,
I want to separate the to the South.
Okay,
yeah.
not only that, we can correct our people's emotional feelings about slavery because we need to educate them. Say, hey, wait a minute. Your dad was a slave owner. It's not the way you heard it in the root story. Your father was a slave owner. He was the owner of the house. That was the terminology used back then. If we educate, say, oh, okay, I get it.
Yes.
See, they've taught in history that being a slave was a bad thing. Now, understanding and being taught that the slave master was your dad and your mom was at the top, like I just showed you. It's not what society painted to be in the news media and Hollywood and the damn movie Roots.
And that's
when
my point.
Slaves getting whipping and beatings on the land, it was your dad disciplining you, whooping your ass.
I'm telling you,
today you can't do it. It's called child abuse. That's why we have child abuse laws, because they're saying, okay, that's abusive. You shouldn't be whooping your child with an extension cord or a switch, or because that's doing bodily harm to your child. That's how all that shit came into play. And we brought that from the South when we migrated to the North, giving your kids ass whoopings in the house with extension cord, putting those horrible whips on their body. So it became a problem. And that's why we have these services such as DCF, Department of Children and Families, to take children out of unsafe home environments. It made no sense in law that a 12-year-old girl is pregnant from her grandfather or someone in the house. All these laws. And this is shit that happened in the South. When you hear of slaves being sold, it was us selling our daughters. Our fathers were selling them. I mean, if you've seen the movie Color Purple, that's a prime example. The man sold Celie to Mister so he could help him on his farm with his kids. because his wife died. So that was a primary example of selling children. It was our fucking parents. And I said, this is why we have to really teach history and see it for what it was. So the purpose, one of the main purposes of the Civil War, relatives in the North was, in connection with their families in the South saying, nah, I got to come and get my cousins out of the shit and I'm going to go fight. So their cousins connect. And that's how the war came along, to get them off living under that lifestyle. That Confederate lifestyle was horrible. I wouldn't have wanted to been alive. You got uncles, cousins. I mean, we still see this shit today. But in the South, it was just terrible. That's why, a lot of our families had so many kids. They've been getting pregnant since they was 12 and having 16 fucking kids. But we have huge farmlands where we could house so many people. When you're having 100 and 200 acres of land, you know how many families you could sit on that land, farmland? So we really have to educate our people the truth about our history. Now, in teaching a lot of the truth about our history, we are going to relieve the white man from a lot of shit that they were blamed for. Because let me tell you something. White man is not coming up on your land to rape your daughter. Pookie and Ray will fuck them up down south. That shit wasn't happening. We have to put the truth out and correct this shit. Now, am I saying white people didn't do shit to us? Yes, we was doing shit to each other. They was hanging us and we was hanging we was chopping their asses up and burying them their asses in the ground live. We was tick for tat out there in the South. So history needs to be taught right. A lot of the shit you can't say on YouTube, but we gotta, we have some accountability as a people. And I do believe that. And that's the fact.
Amen, Queen Mother. You are absolutely correct in your observation, your perspective, and the facts would be borne out if we got up on the Smithsonian, for example, and I'm going next to the vault in Iron Mountain, et cetera, et cetera. But whether we have the paper trail or not, whether we have the paper trail or not, the point that I was trying to make for you, Moses, and I wasn't at cross purposes with what you're saying, because your generation, you're going to pursue your course and your way of navigating life. The predicament, I think, is generationally, we're not engaged in interacting so that we would give you insights. Doesn't mean you'll make the same mistake that I may have made, but you would know it's a mistake to avoid it if it was shared. You feel what I'm saying, Chief Morning Thunder?
I do.
So this is a problem for us. We do have to address it. We don't need to call it the generation gap or whatever. I'm saying we need to get to the cookout, get more effective regular family unions, not once a year, maybe once a month, and check these niggas' paperwork at the door. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. At the door.
To that, that's what I'm trying to do right now in real time. That's what I'm not even trying to do. That's what I do. So I mean, I've heard you. I don't know if it's on here or on some other panels, but I'm constantly, whether it be literally or figuratively, taking notes and learning from people like yourself and Sister Bethy and everybody else. I don't know if the opposite is taking place. So some of these things that are, you say, generational, I think we're learning from you, but I don't know if you're learning from us, because if so, and you may be, I don't want to speak for you, but there wouldn't be as much pushback when I say something like, let's lean into that slave story, because I'm coming from a point of, look, I think that's a part of the solution. And before you dismiss it, just say, what do I mean by it? Because then Sister Bethy basically just shared exactly what I was thinking when I said that. So I think we're already having family reunions and, cross-generational, whatever you want to call it, sharpening of the swords. It's just being aware that it's happening in real time. It's not something that we need to plan next year and 5 years. Like, this shit is right here. This is a build.
Right. I just want to address Nora Party. No, hon, it's not about reverse psychology, blame yourself. It's more about telling the truth. Now, am I freeing or letting the white man go for their issues? No, hell no. We know about the water hose turning on us and all that shit. We just didn't get there to talk about that. But there was a lot that went on in which we were in control of in the South, in the Confederate States, that we allowed to happen. Okay. And a lot of that shit we did bring to the North. Like when you hear your parents that have migrated from the South, like the famous thing, what goes on in this house, stay in this house. That meant that shit literally. If your granddaddy raped you, you better not open your goddamn mouth. What goes on in this house stays in this house. There's a lot of shit and a lot of reasons why our people flee the South from our own people. Am I cleaning the white man from his errors? No, but I'm simply focusing on what we need to correct in our history when teaching our people. And that's a fact. These things happen, and they still happen today. There's fathers that continue to still rape their daughters. Too many cases that come in where a daughter is pregnant by her dad, or a young girl is pregnant by her mama's boyfriend. This shit still goes on. Do you know how many cases come in where mom leaves to go to work because dad's no longer in the household, but your 12-year-old daughter accidentally gets pregnant by your 13-year-old son? A lot of that shit happens, not just in our community, in lots of communities. This shit is real, and it happens. So we can't say that we were a great people like they painted the picture of the Indians to be. Yes, we were loving and welcoming people, and we still are. In a lot of ways, we still are. We always welcome people, especially foreigners. We've always done that. But we have to tell the truth. We do. We can't keep, just like we can't continue to hide under our race, which is horrible. I'm tired of living a lie. I'm tired. We've been wearing a fucking mask way before this pandemic. We've been wearing a mask under so many fucking race identities. It's crazy. And I'm tired of living like that. This is the forbidden tongue that you read about in their Bible. The forbidden tongue is to speak about our history. It was forbidden. So when you start passing laws, where people can be a different sex, even though they were born one way, and then not allow the original people of this land to be who the fuck they really are, I got a problem with that. So no, it's not reverse psychology, blame yourself, but there's a lot of shit that we have to blame ourselves for, dating back to when we were in power all the way up to this day, us killing each other on a day-to-day basis. So we have a lot to be accountable for as far as our behaviors. Do you really think the white man really wanted control over us? They were fucking scared of us we were wild. And so we had to have a chief over us to control, you've seen it, to control the behaviors of the blacks, aka the Indians, us. And we were only comfortable with people that look like us, our chiefs, to rule over us, not foreigners. And it's still that way today.
Now, Queen Mother, that's another reason to underscore why the Willie Lynch letter was brought into existence. Whether it was watching people's behavior, as Moses said, and then documenting it down, or designing a form of mental control that if you believe the content of the letter, it said you'll have them for perpetuity at least 500 years. I don't know if that's a fact or not, but I mean, there's some nigga shit going on.
Right. That's why I think
I agree that the attack on our land, I never said it wasn't Europe's agenda. That's not what we're even speaking on. And since war, so Sister Bethy, who is our biggest problem, us or them? I say both. Number one, I say both right now because we're so fucking arrogant as a people that we won't come together and correct our identity in this fucking corporation. Because some of y'all motherfuckers want to be Moors, some of y'all want to be Muslims, some of y'all want to be all this foreign shit instead of who the fuck you are. When you see a map that's showing you who the fuck you are at a time that these corporations, these states weren't even in existence, you still overlook it like some blind ass fucking zombies. But I can't choke the truth down your neck. You have to be willing to accept the truth. So a lot of our people ain't willing to because they've been so far gone in these foreign indoctrinations and foreign religions that they don't fucking want to come together. No, we Hebrews. No, we did. And none of us ain't none of that bullshit. So those kind of people, we can't make everybody correct themselves. We can't get everybody to see what the fuck is going on because they're in another religion seeing it some other way. So we just have to just move on and take care of our individual selves and our individual families. And correction of history and race identity starts in the fucking home. When you need to sit your children down and tell them who they are, because no foreigner is ever going to tell them the fucking truth. It starts at home about our history. And I'm going to land my plane there and get ready to get out of here because Empress Hobart's getting ready to go live. I want to go and relax. I've been on the clock since 4:30 this morning, and I want to land my plane there and go and enjoy Empress Hobart's show tonight. Anybody want to have a closing statement? I'll be back tomorrow with part 3 of this to show more information.
Yeah.
Queen Mother, thank you for the invitation. You know it's love and peace and Afro Sheen hair grease on the soul train.
So crazy.
Yeah.
He's the best. I love you, brother. Next
Hey, can
person.
I pop something out there, Sister Bethy?
Sure.
And this is just possibly, can we do a build? And I'm going to say this, and it's going to probably ruffle some feathers, but I said this earlier. We need to learn the value of using measured words. Measured words is basically just understanding how to make your words be accountable to you. And that's the way you put your words out there. And what I mean by your words, the stuff you say you're going to do. And most people don't realize or even look at it. Why do you think they call somebody that leads somebody the ruler? Because he's measuring or she's measuring. And what are they measuring? The value, the accuracy, the sharpness of their words. Everything we're talking about is movement towards a direction. How do you measure movement? With a ruler, with a measurement stick, or means to measure. So if we can do a build on that, because everybody's their own ruler, but you got to understand how to use your words to measure or make yourself accountable to your words. And that's a process. And I'd like to do a build on that, just that alone. None of the other confusing stuff, because when it all boils down to it, you are your own leader. You're just amongst other leaders. And if you don't know how to measure or make your own word accountable, because you remember what we used to say, oh, word is bond. Why would they say word is bond? Because you could count on that word. Another measurement term, you could count on that word. It's all about measurement and making your thoughts and your actions measurable and accountable. And I'll land my plane right there.
Let me ask you this before you go. So what is your thought about genealogy?
Yeah, did Sister Bethy the bomb? That's what my thought is.
Oh, I didn't
my
mean
mom,
that, but
I know it. No, the Sister Bethy the bomb.
I didn't mean
the bomb.com on it. Hey, you blew our mind.
Isn't it important though?
It's beyond important. It's beyond important.
But I mean, like, didn't you find it to be? Don't you find it to be
Oh,
very important to our people on an individual?
beyond. It's beyond because you're making yourself accountable to your ancestors, and your ancestors were accountable to you because that's how you got here. It's all about accountability and measurement. That's what I'm saying. That's why I would love for us to get together behind the scenes and do a build like how you did with the PowerPoints, a build on making your words accountable to you. In our community, that's paramount because, excuse my French, but niggas so can talk a lot of shit. But can you bag it up? How you bag it up? By being able to measure your words. If you can't do that, you just bumping gum. And I ain't no gum bumper. I make it happen. So we gotta teach each other that. We gotta teach each other that.
Facts.
And I want to start.
Okay. We will. We're gonna be in contact anyway, Chris. So that's in the. Let's put that in the works. Okay.
Already rolling, Sister Betty.
Okay. Moses, do you want to say something before we close out?
I do. First, thank you for letting me come up and from the get-go kind of really understanding where I was coming from. I think as I start to find more people sharing the truth and their truth, I feel the need or the purpose to jump up and speak my perspective on things, in that I think right now I've heard a lot of times we're waiting for something to happen and, let's do reunions, but we got to understand that we're in the middle of it right now. We have enough people that are coming into this. They're old, they're young, they come from different backgrounds, they got different experiences, they have different skills. Like this is the time and this is the table. And so from where I was, as I was just listening, I would always just listen and then donate, which I think is important for people to donate to you and the people that are leading this chat, because it is an interesting position to be in where you're putting yourself on a line, but it's also make sure you're taking away things and not just speaking, but listening, and also, but adding to the conversation as well. And I think these are powerful builds where we aren't going in circles. We're honestly moving the ball forward, and it's leaders like yourself and the rest of the panel that gets up here. And things are happening in real time. So if you find yourself in different shows where like nothing is happening, you're not getting any information, remove yourself. But when you are getting information, make sure you support the people that are providing that platform, but also chime in and be involved in the conversation in a constructional way, because literally the time is now and we have enough voices, and it's on us. We are the powers. We're not waiting for anybody. We don't care who the next president is. So that's where I'm at. And, hopefully I'll be here more often and also on other panels, but that's always my energy of, all right, I'm listening. All right, now I need to add to it. How can I help? How can I make this a better build? Sometimes a couple dollars goes a long way. Sometimes listening goes a long way when you need to have a pen and pad and really understand, so that you can go to your friends and give them some truth. So I just hope that people aren't just listening and just move on to the next one and then they find themselves in the same position in 5 years, because I know for damn sure I'm not going to be in the same position in 5 years. So
I don't plan to be in the same position 5 years. As a matter of fact, it's 5 years since I've been in YouTube now, and we are a tribe. We are a tribe, and we are functioning like one. And so that's a change position from 5 years ago. Yeah. Like I said, 5 years ago, I was a student, but I'm a person of action, and I always have been. And prior to this, I was very politically active in this system. I didn't know any better. I didn't. I was a diehard Democrat. I have not been a Democrat since Obama came in office. When Trump came in office, I became a Republican. And that's a fact. Now, are they both evil parties? Yeah, they are. But if I had to be forced to vote, which I'm not, that's a good thing. I'm voting for Trump. Facts. I'm not even going to lie.
And you have an opinion.
I don't dislike him. I like him. Yeah. I think the Democrats is poisonous to us. at this point and have been for years. The Democrats are why we have so many goddamn race identities. And I'm just tired of it. So with that being said, I'm going to go to Huru and then I'm going to get out of here. And Chris, you're always welcome to get on our distribution list. So you'll know when I'm live. If you just go to our website and enter your name and email address, you'll be able to get emails as to when we're going to be in private Zoom, because now I move some of the things when I can't talk on YouTube into Zoom, because what I could say in Zoom, I won't get striked and I'm not censored. So I tend to move some of my segments to Zoom, and you're welcome to sign up on our website. I don't know if you know what our website is.
I don't, but I will. I'll be laying a brick one time. I'll be building one brick at a time.
I get you. But there is the link to our website. If you leave your email address in there, you'll be on our distribution list. So you would automatically get a link to come in Zoom if I'm going to do hold a segment in Zoom where I lecture and say things that I can't say on YouTube. So again, I appreciate you joining me. You're always welcome to my panel. Chris, of course, you're always welcome. Huru, I love you. And go ahead and close it out, Huru.
Hey, Sister Bethany, thank you. I really enjoyed what you taught today, and it just further solidifies everything about the importance of us. When we were in leadership, and maybe he wasn't the best leader, but he had a position that was apart. Well, I hope it was apart from the corporation. And I just also want to add that a lot of my thoughts are shaped by when I come to speak with, or have a conversation with indigenous. I just want to let you know a lot of my perspective and why I come with this sort of, I don't know what, I guess it's it sounds anti-corporation. It's because I did have the benefit of hearing the Pilgrim talk about the corporation. And when I hear them coming at the corporation with fire, it's hard for me to not match that fire, because I'm thinking, now, wait a minute, I'm listening to white people talk about what this government has done. And so if I see our people not matching that, it kind of scares me, because I feel like, well, that means the foreigner is really fighting this fight with all their might. They're not trying to coddle anything or any corporation. So I'm really getting my cue from that, because I'm seeing another race that really sees the corporation for what it is, and that's the Pilgrims. And I'm like,
right.
So that's all I have.
And there's absolutely nothing wrong. You bring the fire, and I agree.
Yes.
You see the foreigners talking about how this corporation, it's a criminal enterprise, if you ask me. They're the masters of it.
Yes.
And it's run by foreigners.
And Sister Betsy, they are not trying to be part of it. It's like, in other words, they see that they're, they look at the Constitution and they say, look, you have 18 enumerated duties, and you multiplied that to 300. No one asked you to do that, and you're my employee. That's how they look at it. So when I see our Indians sort of acquiescing, it's like, no, we don't have to do that. We have more authority than the Pilgrim.
Right.
We don't have to cower.
Right.
That's all. And I'm not saying we do. I'm not saying we do it. And I only talk down like this, like you said, we talking to our people, so we talk a certain type of lingo. I would never.
Yeah.
I worked in the corporation. Trust me, I know how to play the game.
Oh,
I
God,
work in a law firm.
Yes, we know.
People are very nice to me.
I know.
So
yes.
no, I'm not going. Yes, thank you, Sister Betsy. Thank you.
You ain't got nothing to worry about, sweetheart. So I love y'all. Smash the like button on your way out. Go ahead, throw your sister a couple of coins, and thank you to everyone that donated to me. Like I said, I'm about to go get comfortable and watch Empress Holbert. My Cash App is right below my name. Thank you so much, and I appreciate everybody. Have a warm evening, because I am so out of here.
You did a great show.